Welcome curious minds and sleepy thinkers. You've found a soft place to land where the questions are big and the pace is slow enough not to jolt you out of your pillow cocoon. Tonight, we gently drift into the vastness, not with a rush, but with the quiet breath of wonder, allowing thoughts to unfurl like distant nebulae in the stillness of the night. We're going to tiptoe into one of the most profound dreams humanity has ever held. A future not just on our blue marble, but among the stars. Can we truly touch the cosmic shore? Can we weave new homes on distant worlds? What does it mean to step beyond our earthly cradle, to become something more than merely terrestrial? But don't worry, this isn't a race through equations or a frantic dash across star charts. It's more like floating through a galaxy of ideas with a cup of chamomile tea, letting the gentle currents of possibility carry us. We'll explore not just the mechanics of such a journey, but the quiet, deep changes it might bring both to our outer world and our inner selves. Let's imagine together softly, contemplatively, what it means to reach for the infinite. There was a time not so long ago when the notion of visiting Mars was a tapestry woven purely from the threads of science fiction. It was the domain of fantastical tales whispered in books like The Adventures of John Carter, where red sands met valiant heroes, or played out on the silver screen, as in the vivid, unsettling dreams of Arnold Schwarzenegger's character, Douglas Quaid in Total Recall. These were realms firmly etched in the fantastical distant from the hum of our daily lives, places we might visit only through the imagination's eye, a safe, comforting distance. The red planet in those days shimmered like a mirage, beautiful but untouchable forever, just beyond the veil of our technological reach. It was a muse for the adventurous spirit, a canvas for the impossible, but never truly a destination. We pictured gleaming cities under alien skies, perhaps even beings strange and wise, gazing back at us from afar. These visions, while captivating, were always accompanied by the quiet understanding that they belonged to another time, a distant future, a story for our grandchildren's grandchildren. If even then, the stars were there to be gazed upon, certainly to inspire poetry and scientific yearning, but to physically touch them, to leave our footprints on another world's dust. That felt like the sweetest, most unreachable of lullabies. Yet a gentle breeze of change has begun to stir. Thanks to the relentless quiet advance of human ingenuity, powered by the delicate dance of circuits and the persistent hum of ambition, that distant mirage is slowly, steadily transforming into a tangible horizon. The first human footsteps, once confined to the vivid landscapes of our dreams, might just press into the ochre dust of Mars within this very decade. Imagine that a thought, soft as falling snow, settling upon our contemporary consciousness. The idea is no longer a far-off echo, but a quiet whisper growing louder with each passing year, each technological leap, each successful test. The impossible is becoming merely improbable, and then, with a subtle shift, simply challenging. And who, you might softly ask, is painting this bold new picture across the canvas of our cosmos? It is SpaceX, a company whose very name suggests a reach beyond the familiar and its remarkable creation. Starship. This vessel, currently unfolding from the meticulous designs and tireless efforts of engineers and dreamers, carries within its gleaming hull the audacious hope of bringing humanity to Mars by as soon as 2030. It is a date that, once spoken aloud, feels both incredibly close and impossibly distant, a gentle tug on the threads of our understanding of time and possibility. Imagine Starship not just as a machine of metal and fuel, but as a living bridge stretching from the familiar warmth of Earth to the cool, stark beauty of Mars. It is a promise, a quiet vow whispered into the vastness that the next great step for humanity will not be taken alone, but by those willing to embark on a journey that will forever alter their perception of home. It's an invitation extended not to the characters of fiction, but to us, the curious dwellers of this very moment in time. Once the initial tendrils of a Martian colony are established, much like the delicate roots of a new plant, finding purchase in alien soil, a quiet migration will begin. Many others will start making the 6-month trip to the Red Planet, drawn by the allure of a new frontier, a fresh start, or simply the profound human need to explore what lies beyond. Perhaps this is a destiny that even you might embrace in your lifetime. Perhaps the journey to Mars, once the exclusive domain of astronauts and scientists, will gently transform into a commercial vacation, a profound, life-altering experience offered to those who seek a perspective beyond the familiar. But let us be clear, and let us whisper this truth with gentle reverence. The journey to Mars is no trivial cruise across calm seas, no mundane long-distance flight through familiar skies. It is a pilgrimage to the edges of human experience. If you choose to embark on this odyssey, if you allow the currents of this grand adventure to carry you, you will not come back the same again. You will be changed quite literally forever. Your cells, your spirit, your very understanding of your place in the universe will be subtly yet irrevocably reshaped by the silent, profound wisdom of the cosmos. Imagine for a quiet moment the gentle hum of our own curiosity guiding us through the twilight. I am Alex Molin, and as you watch Astrum, we will embark on this contemplative journey together. We will tenderly examine Starship piece by piece, as if holding a precious artifact from the future in our hands. And perhaps more importantly, we will allow our minds to wander, imagining for ourselves with soft and quiet contemplation what a voyage to the Red Planet might truly be like, not just in its mechanics, but in its very essence. What silent lessons might the void teach us? What new depths might we discover within ourselves when bathed in the pale light of an alien sun? These are the soft questions we will hold tonight. The narrative of human ambition, particularly when gazing skyward, often finds its genesis in the quiet persistence of individual dreams. For Elon Musk, the visionary behind SpaceX, the aspiration to carry humanity to Mars has long been a deep resonant chord in the symphony of his life. It was not a fleeting thought, but a conviction, a silent star guiding his prodigious efforts. As early as 2005, a time when the commercial space industry was still a faint murmur, a distant echo of its future roar, Musk gently declared to the world his nascent plans. He spoke of creating a long-term high-capacity rocket, a vessel capable of lifting not just delicate payloads, but massive weights into the silent embrace of orbit and beyond. It was a vision that at the time must have seemed like a whisper against the gale-force winds of established aerospace giants, a fragile seed planted in the stony ground of skepticism. Yet dreams, when nurtured with unwavering dedication, possess a quiet, formidable power. It took over a decade of patient development, of meticulous tinkering, with abstract ideas and tangible prototypes, of navigating the complex labyrinth of engineering challenges and financial realities for the concept of Starship to finally emerge from the shadows and be first officially announced to the expectant world. It was not a sudden burst of light, but a gradual unfolding, like a desert flower, slowly unfurling its petals after a long patient wait for the gentle rain. Each design iteration, each computational model, each small hard-won victory in the workshop contributed to the quiet, steady accretion of this monumental project. Starship, in its grand design, is more than just a rocket. It is a super heavy-lift launch vehicle, a titan of the skies conceived with the singular purpose of delivering an astonishing 100 metric tons of payload to low Earth orbit and, crucially, far beyond. Imagine the sheer volume of material, the delicate instruments, the vital supplies, or even the precious cargo of human lives that this gleaming behemoth can cradle within its embrace. It is a testament to the quiet power of efficiency, designed to carry burdens that once seemed unimaginable for a single vehicle. But its true elegance lies not merely in its lifting capacity, but in its profound, almost poetic reusability. Starship is an artist of the cosmic ballet, capable of launching itself skyward, and then, with a graceful pirouette, landing itself gently back upon the Earth. This remarkable ability is born from the exquisite harmony of high levels of control. Orchestrated by its multitude of engines, each one a disciplined dancer in this intricate performance. And aiding in this descent, like the delicate wings of a falling leaf, are its flaps extending with serene precision to slow its fall as it re-enters the whispering embrace of the atmosphere. This reusability is not just a triumph of engineering. It is a philosophy, a quiet rebellion against the wasteful practices of the past, paving a more sustainable path to the stars. It speaks of a future where journeys are not singular explosive events, but rather cyclical rhythms, a reusable shuttle for the cosmic ocean. Starship at its heart is a spacecraft of two distinct yet intimately connected parts, like two halves of a perfectly balanced whole. The first part, the super heavy booster, is a towering testament to raw power, a colossal column of engineering prowess that stands an impressive 69 meters tall. Imagine it not as a rigid monument, but as a vast, silently waiting vessel, its beer mouth opening at the top, hinting at the immense volumes it contains. It is filled primarily with two massive tanks, silent reservoirs of liquid oxygen and liquid methane fuel, the very breath that will ignite its journey and propel it skyward. These fuels, supercooled and compressed, represent the stored energy of a quiet sunrise waiting for the spark of purpose. This booster, this mighty first stage, sports up to 33 Raptor engines each one, a marvel of propulsion technology, a concentrated point of controlled fury. Together, these engines are capable of producing a staggering 76 million newtons of force. To truly grasp this, imagine the cumulative push of 1,000 gentle hands magnified to an unimaginable scale, pushing against the very fabric of gravity. It is the raw, unbridled power required to lift not just itself, but the dreams of a species beyond the comforting embrace of our planet's atmosphere. The sound, were we to stand close enough, would not be merely a roar, but a deep resonant hum that vibrates through the very bones, a symphony of purpose and power. Perched gracefully atop this immense booster, like a jewel on a grand pedestal, sits the Starship spacecraft itself. This is the second stage, the silent companion that will continue the journey long after its powerful partner has returned to Earth. It is a vessel of elegant proportions, measuring 50 meters long, with a diameter of 9 meters, a spacious chamber designed to cradle its precious cargo, be it instrument supplies or human souls, through the silent ocean of space. Its most distinctive feature, however, is its shiny exterior, a surface that gleams with a quiet, almost mirror-like quality under the light of the sun or the distant stars. This isn't merely an aesthetic choice. It speaks to a deeper, more profound purpose in its very being. This shine is not incidental. It is a crucial element of its ingenious design, a silent testament to a departure from conventional wisdom. Starship is not crafted from the usual carbon fiber, a material one might instinctively expect to find gracing the sleek form of a modern rocket, known for its incredible strength-to-weight ratio. Instead, in a surprising twist, it is constructed from a special version of stainless steel, a humble material, perhaps not so different from what you might encounter in the everyday utensils, resting beside your plate, your knife and fork perhaps. This choice seemingly mundane whispers of a deeper understanding, a quiet revolution in the very fabric of space exploration. Stainless steel, it turns out, possesses a surprisingly profound utility as a building material for rockets, a quiet marvel often overlooked in the grand narrative of aerospace engineering. It is not merely strong, it holds a secret resilience. It can endure the fiery crucible of temperatures exceeding 1,300 C without succumbing to melting or warping. Imagine the furious kiss of the atmosphere as a spacecraft plunges back towards Earth, a moment of intense friction and heat, a trial by fire. This remarkable heat tolerance is not just useful, it is essential when one intends a rocket to perform the delicate yet violent dance of atmospheric re-entry again and again. while other materials might crack or deform stainless steel, holds its quiet composure a testament to its intrinsic fortitude. But the virtues of this seemingly unassuming metal extend far beyond its fiery endurance. More than its ability to withstand the inferno, it is cheap and easy to mass produce. This speaks volumes in a quiet, understated way about the core vision of Elon Musk. He does not merely dream of a single journey, a singular flag planted in distant soil. His mind envisions entire fleets of these gleaming vessels, a quiet armada ready to ferry the seeds of humanity across the cosmic ocean. In his grand design, Mars is not just a scientific outpost. It is a place where humans will establish a serious, enduring presence, a second home, a quiet echo of our origins. And when that monumental endeavor begins to unfold, when humanity truly takes root on the Red Planet, it is only natural that a steady, ceaseless flow of materials, products, and personnel will need to undertake the intricate journey to and from the Red Planet. Stainless steel, in its humble yet powerful simplicity, becomes the very bedrock of this ambitious long-term vision, a quiet enabler of our grandest aspirations. This contemplation then gently guides us to consider Starship's payload, the silent heart of its mission, the cavernous space designed to carry the seeds of a new future. As we've already softly observed, this mostly hollow internal volume possesses the remarkable capacity to cradle around 100 tons of precious cargo. Imagine the vastness of that space, not as an empty void, but as a waiting womb ready to nurture the nascent dreams of interplanetary settlement. It forms a vast cylindrical chamber with a 9-meter diameter circular base and an impressive height of 18 meters, a towering internal cathedral of possibility. And in a whimsical touch that speaks to the gentle quirkiness of human ingenuity, this enormous volume tapers to a point allegedly because Elon Musk, with a quiet smile, thought it would be funnier to have a pointier rocket. Sometimes even in the grandest designs, a touch of lightheartedness can offer a glimpse into the human spirit that fuels such monumental endeavors. This versatile payload bay is designed with a dual purpose, reflecting the quiet breadth of humanity's ambition. It can be used to carry satellites, those silent sentinels of our networked world, which can then be gracefully released into orbit for a myriad of commercial ventures. Imagine them tiny sparks of human innovation, gently nudged into the cosmic dance, serving our needs back on Earth. However, SpaceX has made it abundantly clear in a promise as soft and firm as the Martian soil itself, that when it comes to the monumental trip to Mars, their unwavering intention is to place humans within this very area. This is where the engineers and the dreamers, the scientists and the adventurers will find their temporary home suspended between worlds as they embark on the most profound journey of their lives. Presently, in this quiet moment of anticipation, SpaceX has not yet unveiled the definitive interior design of this future habitation module. Its precise contours and comforting aesthetics remain a gentle secret, nestled within the minds of its creators, waiting for the perfect moment to unfurl. However, faint whispers, like distant echoes carried on a breeze, suggest some preliminary ideas, intriguing sketches of what this cosmic dwelling might one day resemble. So, let us together allow our imaginations to take flight, gently exploring those nascent concepts, painting our own quiet pictures of what life might be like within the gleaming walls of Starship. Let's imagine with soft contemplation the spaces where dreams will be nurtured and new chapters of humanity's story will begin to unfold. Let's imagine then, with a soft and quiet contemplation, that the gentle currents of time have carried us a couple of decades into the future. The world has shifted, perhaps subtly, perhaps dramatically, but the call remains. One day a message arrives, not a shout, but a quiet, insistent whisper. Colonists are needed on Mars. The Red Planet, once a distant dream, now beckons with a tangible urgency. It is time, the message says, to make the long trip, to embark on a journey that will redefine not just your life, but the very trajectory of human existence. This call, like the first stirrings of dawn, fills the heart with a quiet blend of trepidation and profound excitement. To begin this grand adventure, you would first make your way to a SpaceX launch site, a place where the ordinary meets the extraordinary, where the mundane ground touches the infinite sky. This endeavor, so vast and intricate, would likely unfold in gentle cooperation, with NASA weaving together the threads of private innovation and public ambition. Here in this crucible of dreams, you would meet your roughly 100 co-passengers. Imagine them a constellation of diverse souls, each carrying their own quiet hopes and fears, all drawn by the irresistible pull of the unknown. SpaceX, with its meticulous calculations, quietly believes that this number of passengers can be comfortably cradled within the embrace of Starship. Yet a soft whisper from Elon Musk himself suggests that this number could, with a gentle squeeze, expand to as many as 200 if passengers were willing to truly cram themselves in there like a tight-knit family embarking on a grand shared adventure. In this quiet waiting space before the true journey begins, you might do well to take a gentle breath and allow yourself to get to know some of these people now. For unlike the fleeting acquaintanceships formed on a regular airplane trip, where one might drift into a book or slumber, you are going to be spending a profoundly significant amount of time with these individuals. 6 whole months, suspended between worlds, a period longer than most seasons, longer than many friendships on Earth. Imagine the silent unfolding of shared meals, the soft murmurs of conversations in quiet hours, the gentle rhythm of daily life together. On an airplane, it is often tempting, and indeed, quite natural to slip into your own quiet world, to watch a film, perhaps to lose yourself in the pages of a book, or to simply drift off to sleep. These are solitary comforts. However, in the confined, intimate space of Starship, such solitude cannot sustain you for 6 whole months. This is a profound shift in the very rhythm of existence. These are the faces you will see across the breakfast table, sharing the first light of a new cosmic day. These are the souls with whom you will spend your free time, perhaps gazing out at the silent stars or simply sharing stories from the home you left behind. You may form friendships bonds forged not just by shared experience, but by the quiet understanding that you are truly in this together. Human interaction, like a gentle life-giving rain, is profoundly important for healthy psychology, especially when suspended far from the familiar comforts of Earth. In this unique crucible of shared destiny, there is simply no way off this flight midway. The cosmic journey does not offer convenient exits or unscheduled stops. If by some twist of fate you find there's someone with whom you simply don't get along, the quiet wisdom of this environment suggests a simple truth. It's better to start off by making friends early. Cultivate understanding, embrace patience, and allow the gentle currents of companionship to carry you through the long silent voyage. Together, as a collective of shared aspirations, you will then be ushered into the rocket itself. Imagine the hushed reverence of that moment, stepping across the threshold from the familiar world into the gleaming promise of the unknown. Likely for the initial launch, as the mighty engines begin their deep resonant hum, you and your fellow travelers will need to strap into your seats with a quiet resolve. For all that incredible thrust beneath you will not merely lift you, it will gently yet profoundly crush you with powerful G-forces. Imagine the silent embrace of an unseen hand, pushing you deeper into your chair, an intensity far beyond the most thrilling roller coaster ride you might have ever experienced on Earth. A certain level of physical fitness will quietly emerge as an important, almost unspoken element of this initial breathtaking part of the journey. The body, too, must be ready for the grand adventure, and in this profound solitude of space, far from the comforting infrastructure of our terrestrial world, a sober truth emerges if there is a medical emergency on the flight. You are not going to receive the kind of proper hospital treatment you might be accustomed to, not until you reach the other side, the quiet waiting surface of Mars. This reality, while daunting, underpins the meticulous preparation that precedes such a voyage. You will, with quiet certainty, have been screened before traveling, a thorough examination of your physical being, ensuring that you are as much as humanly possible ready for the silent rigors of space. The symphony of launch and liftoff will only last about 9 minutes, a brief exhilarating crescendo in the vast quiet expanse of your journey. During this powerful, yet carefully orchestrated ascent at some point, with a gentle calculated release, the mighty super heavy booster will detach from its soaring companion. Like a loyal companion bidding farewell, it will then begin its graceful descent, drifting back to Earth. But this is not an ending. It is merely a pause. The booster you see is reusable, a testament to the elegant dance of efficiency. By precisely controlling its descent, guided by the subtle whispers of its engines and the intelligent adjustments of its aerodynamic surfaces, it will land with quiet precision on a designated landing pad, a silent return to await its next call. There, it will stand patiently, ready to be filled up with fuel again for another voyage, a cyclical promise of future journeys. As the booster completes its graceful return, the vital role of propulsion will quietly switch over to Starship itself, the gleaming upper stage now carrying the full weight of the mission. While still within the gentle embrace of Earth's atmosphere, it will utilize 3 of its Raptor engines, a focused burst of power to push through the lingering resistance. But as the ship ascends and finally reaches the quiet, boundless expanse of true space, a subtle yet crucial transformation occurs. It will then switch over to the other 3 Raptor engines, specifically designed for the vacuum. These secondary engines possess larger nozzles, sculpted with careful precision, making them far better suited to the delicate yet powerful task of propelling the ship through the silent void of space, where there is no air to push against, only the pure expulsion of energy. All of this orchestrated dance of power and precision, will be more than enough to gently carry you up past the Kármán line, that invisible boundary, where Earth's atmosphere thins to nothing, and into the profound, quiet depths of space. Now you will find yourself traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour, a speed that on Earth would be a blur, but here in the vastness feels strangely serene. However, as the powerful boost is gently cut off, as the thrumming engines quieten to a hum, and as the subtle yet persistent pull of gravity drops away, a profound, almost magical sensation will suddenly wash over you. Weightlessness. Imagine for a moment the quiet release of all earthly burdens, a gentle floating, a ballet of liberation. Gravity, as we've discussed in hushed tones before, is simply a form of acceleration. If we are not accelerating, if our journey becomes a gentle, constant glide, then even if we are traveling at thousands of miles an hour, we will simply float around suspended in a serene, timeless dance. This profound liberation from the familiar pull of Earth will become a major defining feature of the next 6 months of your life, a constant reminder of the alien beauty surrounding you. By now, the gentle glow of the seatbelt lights will softly extinguish, signaling a quiet liberation. You are free now to begin to explore your environment, to gently unfurl your curiosity within the gleaming shell of Starship. Current plans whispered among the designers and engineers anticipate Starship to be thoughtfully split up into multiple floors or areas, each serving a specific gentle purpose, like the carefully arranged rooms of a floating home. At the very bottom, embracing the gentle curves of the hull, will be the crew cabins. Here, in these intimate alcoves, you will likely share a cabin with 1 to 2 other people. Conditions, it must be said, will be a little cramped, like a cozy shared nest. But within that closeness, new understandings and quiet camaraderie will undoubtedly bloom. Above these sleeping quarters, offering a contrast of open space and shared light, there will be a common area for gathering and social interaction. Imagine it a silent hall where stories are shared, where laughter might softly echo, and where the gentle bonds of a shared journey are woven. Within this larger space, you will also discover exercise areas and equipment, a quiet yet vital necessity for life suspended in the void. For space travel particularly, voyages lasting many months subtly steals from the human body. On the International Space Station, where astronauts often spend 6-month stints mirroring your own journey exercise, takes up 2 hours of their daily routine. This is not merely a suggestion. It is a critical ritual you too will need to embrace. It is the body's quiet defiance against the insidious effects of weightlessness, designed to prevent the loss of muscle mass and bone density. Without this consistent effort, this gentle battle against the void, you would lose considerable weight, and upon your return to Earth's familiar gravity, you might find yourself surprisingly unable to stand up your limbs, feeling like unfamiliar things, and in the hushed corners of Starship, providing a quiet comfort amidst the vastness, there may also be some emergency shelters. Hopefully, you will not spend too much time within their thick, reassuring walls, but it will be profoundly important to acquaint yourself with where they are, a silent map etched into your mind. For in the immense unshielded expanse of space, one of the greatest yet unseen threats of space travel is radiation. This silent, pervasive force, like an invisible rain, constantly showers down upon all within the void. Prolonged exposure to this kind of radiation can subtly yet devastatingly result in cancers and a myriad of other negative health effects, a long-term whisper of danger. Solar flares, those sudden fiery exhales from our sun, represent a particularly hazardous spike in this radiation level. During such events, the quiet authority of the captain might at times gently require you to take refuge in these thick-walled shelters, a collective retreat for the good of your health, a temporary haven from the cosmic storm. Mealtime, too, will undergo a quiet yet profound transformation, becoming a little different from the familiar rituals you are used to on Earth. The very food you will eat in space must be able to survive for months on end without going bad, a testament to careful preservation. There is quite simply no opportunity to restock in the vast, silent grocery store of space. Even the International Space Station, our closest cosmic neighbor, does not possess the luxury of a fridge. All of this quiet constraint means that vacuum-sealed, rehydratable food will be the order of the day. Imagine it not as a culinary adventure, but as a meticulously engineered sustenance, providing the vital nutrients for your long journey. Whatever you choose to eat, be prepared for a subtle yet persistent challenge. Be wary of mess. The gentle touch of Earth's gravity, which usually coaxes stray crumbs to the floor, will be conspicuously absent. You will not be able to sprinkle salt or pepper on your food, as you might at home, for the low gravity would simply send these tiny flakes dancing and flying into the air, becoming miniature, unpredictable snowflakes in your dining area. Thus, with quiet ingenuity, these familiar seasonings will be provided in liquid form, ensuring they cling to your food. A small adaptation to the strange physics of your new environment. As for water, that most vital elixir of life, the challenge of carrying enough for 100 people to Mars is a monumental one. The only feasible way, whispering of profound efficiency, is to implement excellent recycling systems. Imagine a closed loop, a silent, continuous cycle, where nothing is truly lost. So in a rather philosophical, perhaps even humorous sense, anything that comes out of you will likely be siphoned off and recycled, purified, and made new again, only to be served back to you at your next mealtime. It is perhaps best not to think about it too deeply. Then again, this intricate dance of recycling is not entirely different from what happens on Earth. All the water you drink has, in its long, quiet journey through time, passed through many other living things' systems multiple times. As I said, best not to think about it. Showers, those comforting cascades of water, will not likely be present in your Martian journey. Without the gentle pull of gravity, water does not flow as we know it. It would simply cling to your skin in shimmering globules, a beautiful but impractical phenomenon. Instead, astronauts with quiet pragmatism tend to use waterless shampoos and gently rub themselves with wet flannels, a simpler, more efficient ritual for cleanliness in the void. Toilets, too, will demand a new kind of familiarity. You will need to strap yourself down to use them, a gentle tether, to prevent you from floating away, and they will be vacuum-powered, ensuring that waste is gently pulled away and prevented from dancing around in the weightless environment. Sleep will also demand a little quiet adjusting. There will be no true night and day anymore, only the shifting patterns of light within the spacecraft and gravity will not pull you down onto a bed in the familiar way. You might find yourself gently tethered, drifting in a serene slumber. Do you think you could quietly get used to all of this, to the subtle shifts in routine, the gentle compromises with physics? Well, here is where the really strange things begin to unfold, where the veil between the familiar and the profoundly alien begins to thin. As you gently travel through the vast, silent expanse of space, you'll start to experience changes that ripple through your very being, a silent symphony played upon the instruments of your cells. Under the constant, gentle effects of low gravity, your body, freed from the familiar downward pull, will subtly begin to grow taller. Imagine for a moment the quiet expansion of your spine, the gentle lengthening of your frame. Some astronauts, after 6 months suspended in this new reality, have gained an entire inch of height, a silent testament to gravity's pervasive influence. Your face, too, will carry the quiet signature of this new environment. It will become subtly redder and puffier, a gentle bloom of cosmic adaptation. This phenomenon occurs because your heart, a tireless pump, so intimately accustomed to fighting against the relentless pull of Earth's gravity to send blood flowing upward through your system, will suddenly find itself too good at its job in a weightless environment. Without the constant battle against the downward force, blood tends to pool more easily in the upper regions of your body, leading to this gentle facial swelling. This seemingly benign change, however, can quietly lead to more profound health issues, a whispering concern in the quiet halls of medical understanding. Scientists have observed the thickening of carotid arteries and the unsettling emergence of sight issues, a subtle blurring of the vision. These are not all fully understood by the quiet probing of scientists, as the precious few examples of humans living in space provide a limited canvas for comprehensive study. Each astronaut becomes a unique living laboratory. Their experiences a gentle hint at the complex dance between the human body and the cosmic void. But perhaps the strangest, the most profound, and certainly the most humbling of all these silent transformations is the quiet revelation that your very DNA will change. Imagine for a moment the intricate double helix, the blueprint of your being responding to the subtle whispers of its new environment. There is always a gentle adaptability in human DNA, a quiet flexibility that allows life to thrive amidst shifting conditions. Certain genes, those tiny instructions for life, are delicately turned on or off at certain times in our life, and indeed under certain conditions, responding to the symphony of internal and external cues. In a twin study performed by NASA in 2019, a profound experiment in the quiet annals of genetic science, two twins with identical genetic material, like two perfectly matched echoes, were chosen for a unique comparison. One twin was gently sent up to space, cradled in orbit for 6 months, a silent journey through the cosmic ocean. The other, remaining on Earth, continued his life under the familiar pull of gravity. When the two reunited their experiences, a gentle contrast, and were meticulously tested, again a startling truth was quietly revealed. The astronaut twin's DNA had subtly changed in how it was expressing itself, creating discernible differences between him and his brother. It was not a mutation in the traditional sense, but a shift in the silent language of the genes. There were shortened telomeres, those protective caps on the ends of chromosomes, a quiet whisper of accelerated aging. There was a subtle weakening of the immune system, as if the body's silent guardians had been momentarily lulled by the lack of earthly pathogens. And there were issues with bone formation, a gentle reminder of gravity's vital role in shaping our skeletal strength. It is worth noting a comforting whisper amidst the profound implications that upon arriving back on Earth, most of these changes in genetic expression gently reverted back to normal after 6 months. The body, with its quiet wisdom, began to readapt to its familiar home. However, a persistent 9% of them did not, remaining subtly altered in ways we do not yet fully understand, a lingering cosmic signature. Spending time in space then does not merely touch the surface. It changes you in fundamental, enduring ways. Most likely, this profound alteration is due to the radiation the astronaut experienced, that silent, pervasive force that permeates the cosmic ocean, subtly rewriting the very instructions of life. So eventually, after months suspended in the silent embrace of the cosmos, you will arrive at Mars. The grand journey, both outward and inward, approaches its zenith. Starship, with an incredible display of engineered grace, will fall at an angle no longer a soaring arrow, but a gently descending leaf. It will then subtly yet powerfully use its flaps to shed an incredible 99% of its kinetic energy, aerodynamically a silent whisper of friction against the thin Martian atmosphere. This is not a jarring stop, but a deliberate balletic deceleration traveling in a long, elegant arc through the atmosphere, before eventually, with a quiet sigh of triumph, bringing you gently to the planet's surface. You will then, with a mix of awe and quiet anticipation, step out into the biodomes, those gleaming artificial oases that will serve as humanity's first fragile foothold. Here, you will take your first breath of the manufactured Martian air, a carefully crafted blend designed to sustain life, a testament to human ingenuity in an alien world. Starship, having completed its epic journey, will then be meticulously checked over and refueled not from the distant resources of Earth, but by drawing upon the very essence of Mars itself, using oxygen and methane extracted from Mars. This closed-loop system, this act of living off the land, is a quiet declaration of self-sufficiency, a vital step towards enduring presence. As for you, the traveler, the one who dared to reach for the stars, you will have plenty of time to ponder all that has transpired. Every journey, no matter how small, subtly changes us. But yours, you might quietly reflect, may be the one that you can never quite change back from. The person, the very essence of the you that left Earth, will never truly return home. The silent cosmic currents, the profound shifts in your very being, have woven a new tapestry of self. But then perhaps with a quiet acceptance, that's just how it always is with truly profound journeys. Whether across oceans or across cosmic voids, each departure, each exploration leaves an indelible mark, transforming us into something new, something deeper, something touched forever by the infinite. The quiet whispers of humanity's deepest aspirations often find their truest voice, not in grand pronouncements, but in the meticulous blueprints and tireless dedication of a single visionary mind. For Elon Musk, the very concept of Starship began as a shimmering distant star in his intellectual firmament. His vision, more than a mere dream, was a long-term high-capacity rocket, a vessel that could transcend the fleeting launches of the past and become a persistent shuttle, a bridge across the cosmic ocean. He foresaw a future where journeys to the stars weren't isolated events, but a regular, almost commonplace rhythm, a steady stream of cargo and companionship flowing between worlds. This wasn't about a single flag planted, but about cultivating a garden on alien soil. And to do that, you need a resilient and tireless gardener's tool. This grand aspiration, however, was not conjured fully formed from the ether. It was the culmination of countless quiet hours, a decade of patient development and meticulous tinkering. Imagine the myriad of ideas swirling like tiny galaxies in the minds of engineers, each one weighed, tested, discarded, or refined. There were the hushed debates over materials, the intricate dance of complex simulations, the painstaking construction of prototypes that whispered of future glories. Every setback became a gentle lesson, every small triumph a quiet confirmation building steadily towards the tangible form of Starship. It was a process akin to the slow, deliberate formation of a mountain range, each uplift a testament to unyielding pressure and time. So what then is this Starship, this harbinger of a new era? It is at its heart a super heavy-lift launch vehicle, a colossal instrument of aspiration forged from the finest human ingenuity. Its very purpose is to defy the formidable embrace of Earth's gravity to deliver an astonishing 100 metric tons to low Earth orbit and profoundly far beyond. To truly comprehend this capacity, imagine a cargo equivalent to 20 full-grown elephants lifted not with straining ropes, but with the silent, controlled fury of rocket engines gently placed in the cosmic cradle. It speaks of a future where building in space, where establishing outposts on other worlds, becomes not merely theoretical, but a robust and practical endeavor. The sheer scale whispers of permanence, of establishing roots, rather than simply visiting. But the real magic, the silent revolution embedded within Starship's gleaming skin, lies in its profound philosophy of full reusability. For generations, rockets have been spectacular fiery ballets, ascending with thunderous roars, only to discard their spent stages into the vast, indifferent ocean monuments to a fleeting one-way journey. Starship, by contrast, is designed to be a graceful, recurring dancer. It is able to launch and then, with breathtaking precision, land itself, a controlled fall back into the waiting arms of Earth. This remarkable ability isn't a fluke. It's born from the exquisite synergy of high levels of control from its multiple engines, each one a maestro in a complex orchestra, orchestrating its descent with delicate adjustments. And aiding in this balletic return are its flaps' subtle aerodynamic surfaces that extend to slow its fall in atmosphere, much like a bird gently adjusting its wings for a perfect, soft landing. Imagine the silent promise of this cycle, a vehicle that performs its mighty task, then returns home, ready to embrace the next journey again and again, transforming space travel from a fleeting spectacle into a sustainable, rhythmic pulse. Starship, in its grand and elegant conception, is not a monolithic structure, but a harmonious composition of two distinct parts, each performing its vital role in a synchronized dance towards the heavens. Imagine it as a giant, cosmic two-stage symphony, with each movement essential to the grand finale. The first part, the Super Heavy booster, is the veritable titan of this cosmic duo. It stands as a magnificent slender column, reaching an imposing 69 meters tall, a soaring spire against the boundless sky. Its very form whispers of purpose, designed to harness immense power. Imagine for a moment looking down into its metaphorical beer mouth, a descriptive yet oddly poetic image for the vast opening at its top. This vastness is not for show. It is a meticulously engineered volume filled primarily with two massive tanks. These are not just ordinary containers, but cryogenic chambers cradling the very breath of its ascent liquid oxygen and liquid methane fuel. Picture these two elements supercooled to impossibly low temperatures, existing in a state of suspended animation, awaiting the fiery kiss that will transform them into the driving force of the booster. The liquid oxygen acts as the oxidizer, the essential element that allows combustion, while the liquid methane serves as the fuel itself, providing the raw energy. Together, they are the vital essence, the lifeblood that will pulse through the engines and propel this magnificent structure skyward. Within its powerful embrace, the Super Heavy booster sports up to 33 Raptor engines. Imagine them not as mere mechanical devices, but as the beating hearts of this colossal machine, each one a miniature sun capable of generating immense energy. These engines, a testament to relentless innovation, are designed to work in concert, a chorus of controlled explosions. When ignited, they are capable of producing between them a staggering 76 million newtons of force. To truly grasp the magnitude of this power, consider the weight of an entire aircraft carrier lifted and then accelerated with a force that would seem otherworldly. It is the kind of force that can gently, yet inexorably, peel a heavy body from the tenacious grip of Earth's gravity, pushing it higher and higher until the blue of our sky gives way to the inky blackness of space. It is a raw, untamed power, yet channeled and controlled with exquisite precision, allowing humanity to reach for the stars, not with a desperate leap, but with a deliberate, confident push. This is the Super Heavy booster, the powerful first act in a cosmic drama, a silent giant poised to awaken. Perched gracefully atop its mighty predecessor, like a slender gleaming arrow, readied for flight, is the Starship spacecraft. This is the second stage, the true vessel of exploration designed to carry its precious cargo deep into the cosmic ocean. It is a structure of remarkable proportions, measuring 50 meters long. Imagine a building many stories high laid on its side, and boasting a generous 9-meter diameter. This substantial width speaks to the spaciousness within, promising not just a journey, but a temporary home, a contained world designed for habitation. Yet it is the spacecraft's distinctive shiny exterior that first catches the light, a surface that shimmers with an almost alien quality, reflecting the stars like a polished mirror. This isn't merely a cosmetic flourish. This shine is important, a subtle clue to the ingenuity hidden beneath its surface. For Starship is not crafted from the usual carbon fiber, the material that often whispers of cutting-edge aerospace engineering, favored for its remarkable strength-to-weight ratio. Instead, in a quiet defiance of conventional wisdom, Starship is built from a specialized version of stainless steel. Imagine the humble, familiar glint of a common kitchen utensil, perhaps your knife and fork. It is a similar material that forms the very skin of this groundbreaking spacecraft. This choice might seem perplexing at first, a step backward from the exotic composites of modern rocketry. Yet stainless steel, in its quiet versatility, reveals itself to be a surprisingly useful building material for rockets. Its true strengths, often overlooked in the race for lightness, come into profound focus when contemplating the harsh realities of spaceflight. It turns out with a quiet efficiency that stainless steel possesses a remarkable ability to heat up to temperatures of over 1300 C without melting or warping. Picture for a moment the fiery crucible of atmospheric re-entry, that breathtaking descent back into Earth's embrace, where the very air ignites against the vehicle's skin, transforming friction into a searing inferno. This inherent thermal resilience is not merely useful. It is absolutely vital when one intends a rocket to perform this violent yet graceful dance, not just once, but repeatedly, a testament to the cycles of reusability. Carbon fiber, for all its strength, would require extensive and heavy thermal protection systems to endure such a fiery trial. Stainless steel, in its unpretentious strength, offers its own built-in shield. But the quiet genius of stainless steel extends even further. More than its extraordinary heat tolerance, it whispers of practicality. It is cheap and easy to mass produce. This simple truth resonates deeply with the core of Musk's vision. His isn't a dream of singular heroic journeys, isolated triumphs against the void. He intends to produce entire fleets of these gleaming vessels, an armada of possibility, ready to ferry humanity across the cosmic sea. In his mind, Mars is somewhere that humans will set up a serious presence, a second home for our species, not a fleeting visit, but an enduring settlement. And when that monumental endeavor unfolds, when the quiet hum of Martian life takes root, it's only natural that a continuous, robust flow of materials, products, and personnel will need to make the journey to and from the Red Planet. Stainless steel, with its blend of resilience and affordability, becomes the silent workhorse of this interplanetary future, the foundational material for a new civilization among the stars. It's a humble metal, perhaps, but within its unassuming gleam lies the quiet promise of a future where space travel becomes as cyclical and accessible as sailing across Earth's oceans. This profound aspiration then gently guides us to ponder the very heart of Starship's purpose, its payload. As we've softly observed, nestled within its gleaming skin is a mostly hollow space, a vast, silent chamber, capable of cradling an astonishing 100 tons of precious cargo. Imagine it not merely as an empty cavity, but as a potential womb, ready to hold the seeds of a new civilization. This inner sanctuary is generously proportioned with a 9-meter diameter circular base, wide enough to comfortably fit several large living spaces, and soaring 18 meters high, a towering internal volume that promises ample room for humanity's bold endeavors. And in a touch that speaks to the delightful quirkiness behind monumental visions, this grand chamber tapers to a point at its apex. Allegedly, as the quiet whispers among the creators go, Musk simply thought it would be funnier to have a pointier rocket. Sometimes the grandest designs are imbued with a gentle human touch of humor, a reminder that even in the pursuit of the infinite, that there is room for a quiet smile. This versatile inner realm is not designed for a singular purpose, but with a quiet flexibility, reflecting the multifaceted nature of space exploration. It can be used to carry satellites, those silent sentinels of our networked world, which can then be gracefully released into orbit for commercial ventures. Imagine them tiny technological seeds gently nudged into the cosmic dance, expanding our terrestrial capabilities from afar. However, with a clarity as sharp as a starlit night, SpaceX has made it clear that when it comes to the trip to Mars, they intend to put humans in this area. This, then, is the ultimate destination for this payload space, to cradle the brave souls who will embark on humanity's greatest adventure. It is here that the dreams of exploration will transform into the lived reality of pioneering. Currently, the precise details of what the interior design of this habitation will definitively look like remain a gentle mystery, carefully guarded within the silent halls of SpaceX's design labs. The blueprints are still being perfected, the ergonomics painstakingly calculated, the aesthetics thoughtfully considered. Yet even now, faint echoes of preliminary ideas begin to emerge like the soft contours of a nascent galaxy. These are not rigid plans, but fluid concepts reflecting the iterative nature of innovation. So let us together allow our minds to gently explore those ideas, to imagine the quiet rhythms of daily life within the silent embrace of Starship. Let's paint with the soft brushstrokes of contemplation the picture of what a deep space habitat might feel like long before it takes solid form. It's an exercise in hopeful imagining, a quiet prelude to the grand symphony of human settlement on another world. Imagine then a time a few quiet decades from now, the future having unfolded with its subtle shifts and revelations. You receive a call, not a blaring alarm, but a soft, insistent whisper, a gentle invitation to destiny. It's the kind of call that settles deep in your bones, telling you with profound clarity that colonists are needed on Mars. The red planet, once a distant, shimmering orb in the night sky, now pulses with a quiet urgency beckoning. It is time, the voice softly says, to make the long, profound trip, to embark on the pioneering journey that will begin the grand human chapter on another world. The thought itself, like a ripple in a calm pond, expands to fill your entire being. To commence this monumental undertaking, you would first travel to a SpaceX launch site, a place where the familiar contours of Earth begin to blend with the boundless expanse of cosmic ambition. This crucible of innovation, where dreams take tangible form, would likely operate in quiet cooperation with NASA, weaving together the threads of private enterprise and governmental exploration. Here, amidst the quiet hum of anticipation, you would gently meet up with your roughly 100 co-passengers. Imagine this diverse assembly of souls, each drawn by their own unique constellation of hopes and reasons, all bound for the same distant horizon. SpaceX, with its meticulous calculations and quiet confidence, currently believes this number of 100 passengers can be comfortably fitted inside the gleaming shell of Starship. However, a soft whisper from the very founder Elon Musk suggests that this number could, with a gentle squeeze and a shared spirit of camaraderie, be pushed as high as 200 if passengers were willing to really cram themselves in there like a close-knit community embarking on a shared epic pilgrimage. In these precious moments before departure, as the silent clock of destiny ticks, you might find it profoundly wise to get to know some of these people now. For unlike the fleeting, anonymous encounters of a regular airplane journey, where one might retreat into the comforting solitude of a book or the quiet oblivion of sleep, you are poised to spend an extraordinary amount of time a full 6 months within the intimate confines of Starship, sharing every breath and every quiet moment with these individuals. On an airplane, the temptation to simply watch a film, to read a captivating book, or to drift off to sleep is often irresistible, a gentle escape into oneself. However, such solitary comforts cannot sustain a spirit for 6 whole months in the vast, silent crucible of space. These are the faces you will see each morning, the ones with whom you will be eating breakfast, sharing the first meal of a new cosmic day. These are the voices that will fill your shared spaces as you spend your free time together, perhaps gazing out at the distant shrinking Earth, or simply sharing stories that weave new threads of connection. In this unique environment, where the boundaries of personal space blur and the quiet challenges of confinement press in, you will undoubtedly form friendships, bonds forged not just by proximity, but by the profound shared experience of living beyond the familiar. Human interaction, like a gentle, life-giving rain, is profoundly important for healthy psychology, a quiet necessity for well-being, when suspended far from the comforting routines of terrestrial life. And a stark yet gentle truth of this voyage is that there is no way off this flight midway. The cosmic journey, once commenced, offers no convenient exits, no unscheduled stops. If by some gentle twist of fate you discover there's someone you don't quite get along with, the quiet wisdom of preparation suggests a simple, undeniable truth. It is profoundly better to start off by making friends early, cultivate understanding, embrace patience, and allow the gentle currents of companionship to carry you through the silent, shared voyage. Together as a collective of shared aspirations, you will then be ushered into the rocket itself. Imagine the hushed reverence of that moment, stepping across the threshold from the familiar world into the gleaming promise of the unknown. It is a profound transition, a quiet departure from the gravitational pull of all you have ever known. Likely for the initial launch, as the mighty engines begin their deep resonant hum, you and your fellow travelers will need to strap into your seats with a quiet resolve. This isn't merely a suggestion. It's an absolute necessity, a silent pact with the forces of physics about to be unleashed, for all that incredible thrust beneath you will not merely lift you. It will gently, yet profoundly crush you with powerful G-forces. Imagine the silent embrace of an unseen hand pressing you deeper and deeper into your chair, an intensity far beyond the most thrilling roller coaster ride you might have ever experienced on Earth. It is a sustained, visceral reminder of the immense power required to break free from our planet's embrace. A certain level of physical fitness will quietly emerge as an important, almost unspoken element of this initial breathtaking part of the journey. The body, too, must be ready for the grand adventure, resilient enough to endure the silent pressures of departure. And in this profound solitude of space, far from the comforting infrastructure of our terrestrial world, a sober truth emerges with quiet clarity. If there is a medical emergency on the flight, you are simply not going to receive the kind of proper hospital treatment you might be accustomed to back home. Not until you reach the other side, the quiet waiting surface of Mars, or perhaps a distant temporary outpost. This reality, while daunting, underpins the meticulous preparation that precedes such a voyage. It is why you will with quiet certainty have been screened before traveling, a thorough and exhaustive examination of your physical being. Every vital sign, every whisper of potential frailty will have been assessed, ensuring that you are as much as humanly possible ready for the silent rigors of space, a testament to the profound responsibility of such a journey. The symphony of launch and liftoff will only last about 9 minutes, a brief, exhilarating crescendo in the vast, quiet expanse of your journey. During this powerful, yet carefully orchestrated ascent, at some point, with a gentle, calculated release, the mighty super heavy booster will detach from its soaring companion. Imagine it not as a discarded piece of machinery, but like a loyal companion, bidding farewell its work for this phase of the journey complete. It will then begin its graceful descent, drifting back to Earth, a majestic fall controlled by unseen hands. But this is not an ending. It is merely a pause, a quiet interlude in a grander narrative. The booster you see is reusable, a testament to the elegant dance of efficiency. By precisely controlling its descent, guided by the subtle whispers of its engines and the intelligent adjustments of its aerodynamic surfaces, it will land with quiet precision on a designated landing pad, a silent return to await its next call. There it will stand patiently, ready to be filled up with fuel again. For another voyage, a cyclical promise of future journeys, transforming space travel from a linear event into a rhythmic, sustainable pulse. As the booster completes its graceful return to the launch pad, the vital role of propulsion will quietly switch over to Starship itself. The gleaming upper stage, now freed from the initial thunderous push, becomes the sole architect of your continued ascent, carrying the full weight of the mission. While still within the gentle embrace of Earth's lingering atmosphere, it will utilize 3 of its Raptor engines, a focused burst of power to push through the fading resistance of the air. But as the ship ascends ever higher, as the blue of our sky deepens to a rich, inky black, and it finally reaches the quiet, boundless expanse of true space, a subtle yet crucial transformation occurs. It will then switch over to the other 3 Raptor engines specifically designed for the vacuum of the cosmos. These secondary engines possess larger nozzles meticulously sculpted with careful precision, making them far better suited to the delicate yet powerful task of propelling the ship through the silent void of space. In this airless realm, where there is no resistance to push against, only the pure expulsion of energy propels the vessel forward. All of this orchestrated dance of power and precision, this intricate ballet of engineering, will be more than enough to gently carry you up past the Kármán line, that invisible whispered boundary, where Earth's atmosphere thins to nothing, and into the profound quiet depths of space, a new realm for human endeavor. Now you will find yourself traveling at thousands of kilometers per hour, a speed that on Earth would be an unimaginable blur, a frantic dash across the landscape. Yet here in the vast, silent embrace of the cosmos, it feels strangely serene, a quiet glide through an endless tapestry of stars. However, as the powerful boost is gently cut off, as the thrumming engines quieten to a hum that fades into the silent background, and as the subtle yet persistent pull of gravity drops away, a profound, almost magical sensation will suddenly wash over you. Weightlessness. Imagine for a moment the quiet release of all earthly burdens, a gentle floating, a ballet of liberation where every movement becomes a graceful, effortless drift. Gravity, as we've discussed in hushed tones before, is simply a form of acceleration. If we are not accelerating, if our journey becomes a gentle, constant glide through the void, then even if we are traveling at thousands of miles an hour, we will simply float around, suspended in a serene, timeless dance. This profound liberation from the familiar pull of Earth will become a major defining feature of the next 6 months of your life, a constant reminder of the alien beauty surrounding you, an invitation to move and perceive in an entirely new way. It is a quiet, ethereal ballet, a constant unfolding of new possibilities in the physics of your existence. By now, the gentle glow of the seatbelt lights will softly extinguish, signaling a quiet liberation, a silent permission to explore. You are free now to begin to explore your environment, to gently unfurl your curiosity within the gleaming shell of Starship. Current plans whispered among the designers and engineers, like promises of a future home, anticipate Starship to be thoughtfully split up into multiple floors or areas, each serving a specific gentle purpose, like the carefully arranged rooms of a floating abode. Imagine it as a vertical village suspended in the cosmic ocean. At the very bottom, embracing the gentle curves of the hull, will be the crew cabins. Here, in these intimate alcoves, designed for quiet rest and personal space, you will likely share a cabin with 1 to 2 other people. Conditions, it must be said, will be a little cramped, like a cozy shared nest. But within that closeness, new understandings and quiet camaraderie will undoubtedly bloom, forging bonds in the shared solitude of space. The privacy will be limited certainly, but the profound sense of shared destiny will likely overshadow any minor inconveniences. These cabins, though small, will be your personal haven, a soft retreat from the communal spaces, a place to gather your thoughts as the stars drift by beyond your window, or perhaps within the digital simulations of a view screen. Above these sleeping quarters, offering a contrast of open space and shared light, there will be a common area for gathering and social interaction. Imagine it a silent hall where stories are shared, where laughter might softly echo, where lessons are learned, and where the gentle bonds of a shared journey are woven and strengthened. This will be the pulsating heart of your floating community, a place designed to foster connection and mitigate the profound isolation of deep space. Within this larger, more open space, you will also discover dedicated exercise areas and equipment, a quiet yet vital necessity for life suspended in the void. For space travel, particularly voyages lasting many months, subtly yet powerfully steals from the human body. The absence of gravity, that constant gentle tug we take for granted on Earth, begins to leach away bone density and muscle mass with a silent, insidious persistence. On the International Space Station, our closest cosmic neighbor, where astronauts often spend 6-month stints, mirroring your own journey exercise, takes up 2 hours of their daily routine. This is not merely a suggestion or a recreational activity. It is a critical ritual, a disciplined battle against the body's natural inclination to adapt to the easiest path. You too will need to embrace this quiet physical defiance. It is the body's necessary defiance against the insidious effects of weightlessness, designed to prevent the profound loss of muscle mass and bone density. Without this consistent effort, this gentle battle against the void, you would lose considerable weight, not in a healthy way, but in a profound weakening of your physical structure. And upon your eventual return to Earth's familiar gravity, that once comforting pull would feel like an oppressive weight, and you might find yourself surprisingly unable to stand up your limbs, feeling like unfamiliar heavy things. The exercise area, then, is not just about physical health, but about preparing for the very act of returning home, a gentle reminder that even in the vastness of space, our roots remain tied to the gravity that shaped us. It will be a place of quiet determination, where each repetition, each stretch, is a silent promise to the body, a dedication to its enduring strength. And in the hushed corners of Starship, providing a quiet comfort amidst the vastness, there may also be some emergency shelters. These are not places for leisure or casual visit, but rather quiet havens built with a silent, profound purpose. Hopefully, you will not spend too much time within their thick, reassuring walls, but it will be profoundly important to acquaint yourself with where they are. A mental map etched into your mind, a quiet preparedness for the unexpected. For in the immense, unshielded expanse of space, one of the greatest yet unseen threats of space travel is radiation. This silent, pervasive force, like an invisible rain, constantly showers down upon all within the void, a subtle menace that touches every atom. Prolonged exposure to this kind of radiation can subtly, yet devastatingly, result in cancers and a myriad of other negative health effects, a long-term whisper of danger that accumulates over time. Solar flares. Those sudden fiery exhales from our sun are moments of particular concern. They represent a particularly hazardous spike in this radiation level, a concentrated burst of cosmic energy that can pierce through less protected areas. During such events, the quiet authority of the captain might at times gently require you to take refuge in these thick-walled shelters, a collective retreat, a silent gathering within these protective cocoons, all for the good of your health. These shelters, with their dense shielding materials, are designed to absorb and deflect the most harmful particles, becoming temporary oases of safety from the cosmic storm. Imagine the quiet anticipation within those walls, the shared understanding of the invisible threat, and the profound relief when the all clear is softly given and you can emerge once more into the larger, more open spaces of your starship home. It's a reminder of the fragility of life in the cosmos and the immense care taken to preserve it. Mealtime, too, will undergo a quiet yet profound transformation, becoming a little different from the familiar rituals you are used to on Earth. The very food you will eat in space must be able to survive for months on end without going bad, a testament to meticulous preservation. This isn't a preference, it's a fundamental necessity. There is quite simply no opportunity to restock in the vast, silent grocery store of space. Even the International Space Station, our closest cosmic neighbor, a constant human presence in low Earth orbit, does not possess the luxury of a fridge in the way we understand it. All of this quiet constraint, means that vacuum-sealed, rehydratable food will be the order of the day. Imagine it not as a culinary adventure with fresh ingredients, but as a meticulously engineered sustenance, carefully prepared and preserved to provide the vital nutrients for your long journey, often rehydrated with the precious recycled water. It is a pragmatic approach to nourishment in an unforgiving environment. Whatever you choose to eat, be prepared for a subtle yet persistent challenge. Be wary of mess. The gentle touch of Earth's gravity, which usually coaxes stray crumbs to the floor and liquids to stay neatly in their cups, will be conspicuously absent. You will not be able to sprinkle salt or pepper on your food, as you might at home with a casual flick of the wrist. For the low gravity would simply send these tiny flakes dancing and flying into the air, becoming miniature, unpredictable snowflakes in your dining area, potentially floating into sensitive equipment, or even a fellow crew member's eye. Thus, with quiet ingenuity, these familiar seasonings will be provided in liquid form, ensuring they cling to your food, a small yet crucial adaptation to the strange physics of your new environment. Imagine the quiet patience required to apply these liquid seasonings, ensuring every drop adheres to its intended target, a tiny act of precision in the grand cosmic ballet. As for water, that most vital elixir of life, the challenge of carrying enough for 100 people to Mars for a 6-month journey is a monumental one. Imagine the sheer volume, the immense weight that would be required. The only feasible way, whispering of profound efficiency and a deep understanding of sustainability, is to implement excellent recycling systems. Imagine a closed loop, a silent, continuous cycle, where nothing is truly lost, and every drop is precious. So, in a rather philosophical, perhaps even humorous sense, anything that comes out of you from breath condensation to bodily waste will likely be siphoned off and recycled, purified, and made new again with astonishing effectiveness, only to be served back to you at your next mealtime. It is a profound testament to the ingenuity required for long-duration spaceflight, where every resource is meticulously managed. It is perhaps best not to think about it too deeply, to simply accept this ingenious necessity. Then again, this intricate dance of recycling is not entirely different from what happens on Earth. All the water you drink in its long, quiet journey through time has passed through many other living things' systems multiple times. As I said, perhaps best not to think about it, but rather to simply marvel at the quiet circularity of life support in space. Showers, those comforting cascades of water that cleanse and refresh, will not likely be present in your Martian journey. Without the gentle pull of gravity, water does not flow as we know it. It would simply cling to your skin in shimmering globules, a beautiful but impractical phenomenon difficult to contain or direct. Instead, astronauts with quiet pragmatism tend to use waterless shampoos, gentle foams or gels that cleanse without the need for rinsing. They will also gently rub themselves with wet flannels, a simpler, more efficient ritual for cleanliness in the void, where every drop of water is meticulously accounted for. Toilets, too, will demand a new kind of familiarity, a gentle adaptation to cosmic physics. You will need to strap yourself down to use them, a gentle tether, to prevent you from floating away in the weightless environment. And crucially, they will be vacuum-powered, ensuring that waste is gently pulled away with a whoosh and prevent it from dancing around untethered in the confined space. Sleep will also demand a little quiet, adjusting a gentle recalibration of your internal rhythms. There will be no true night and day anymore, only the shifting patterns of light within the spacecraft, carefully controlled by the crew, or the subtle dimming of ambient light. The familiar celestial clock that governs our rest on Earth will be absent, and gravity, that comforting force that pulls you down onto a bed, will not be there. You might find yourself gently tethered to a sleeping bag on a wall, or simply drifting in a serene, weightless slumber. Within your cabin, your body accustomed to a new kind of rest. It's a quiet challenge learning to sleep in a world without up or down. But like all adaptations in space, it becomes a familiar, if slightly strange part of the new normal. Do you think you could quietly get used to all of this, to the subtle shifts in routine, the gentle compromises with physics, to the recycled water, the liquid seasonings, the tethered sleep? Well, here is where the really strange things begin to unfold, where the veil between the familiar and the profoundly alien begins to thin. As you gently travel through the vast, silent expanse of space, suspended between worlds, you'll start to experience changes that ripple through your very being, a silent symphony played upon the instruments of your cells. It's a testament to the body's profound adaptability, and yet also a gentle whisper of its inherent vulnerabilities when venturing so far from its planetary home. Under the constant gentle effects of low gravity, your body, freed from the familiar downward pull that has shaped every aspect of human evolution, will subtly begin to grow taller. Imagine for a moment the quiet expansion of your spine, the gentle lengthening of your frame as the vertebrae, no longer compressed by Earth's relentless embrace, spread ever so slightly apart. This isn't a dramatic overnight transformation, but a gradual, almost imperceptible stretching. Yet, it's a tangible change. Some astronauts, after 6 months suspended in this new weightless reality, have gained an entire inch of height, a silent testament to gravity's pervasive, often unnoticed influence on our physical form. It's a strange, almost ethereal feeling to literally stand taller in the cosmos than you ever did on your home planet. Your face, too, will carry the quiet signature of this new environment. It will become subtly redder and puffier, a gentle bloom of cosmic adaptation. This phenomenon occurs because your heart, a tireless pump, so intimately accustomed to fighting against the relentless pull of Earth's gravity to send blood flowing upward through your system, will suddenly find itself too good at its job in a weightless environment. Without the constant battle against the downward force that pulls fluids towards our feet on Earth, blood tends to pool more easily in the upper regions of your body, in your head and chest. This gentle pooling leads to this characteristic facial swelling, sometimes referred to as puffy face bird legs syndrome, as fluid shifts from the lower extremities. This seemingly benign change, however, can quietly lead to more profound health issues, a whispering concern in the quiet halls of medical understanding. Scientists, with their patient-probing curiosity, have observed the thickening of carotid arteries, those vital pathways carrying blood to the brain as the heart works differently. And unsettlingly, there's the emergence of sight issues, a subtle blurring of vision that can occur due to increased intracranial pressure. These are not all fully understood by the quiet probing of scientists, as the precious few examples of humans living in space provide a limited canvas for comprehensive study. Each astronaut becomes a unique living laboratory, their experiences a gentle hint at the complex dance between the human body and the cosmic void. But perhaps the strangest, the most profound, and certainly the most humbling of all these silent transformations is the quiet revelation that your very DNA will change. Imagine for a moment the intricate double helix, the blueprint of your being responding to the subtle whispers of its new environment. It's not that the fundamental code itself is rewritten in a random way, but rather how that code is expressed, how its instructions are read and utilized by your body. There is always a gentle adaptability in human DNA. a quiet flexibility that allows life to thrive amidst shifting conditions, turning genes on or off as needed. Certain genes, those tiny instructions for life, are delicately turned on or off at certain times in our life, responding to the symphony of internal and external cues, and indeed under certain conditions, such as the profound stresses of space. In a twin study performed by NASA in 2019, a profound experiment in the quiet annals of genetic science, two twins with identical genetic material, like two perfectly matched echoes, were chosen for a unique comparison. One a silent voyager, the other an earthbound anchor. One twin was gently sent up to space, cradled in orbit for 6 months, a silent journey through the cosmic ocean, exposed to its unique pressures and pervasive radiation. The other, remaining on Earth, continued his life under the familiar pull of gravity and the protection of our atmosphere. When the two reunited, their experiences a gentle contrast and were meticulously tested. Again, a startling truth was quietly revealed. The astronaut twins' DNA had subtly changed in how it was expressing itself, creating discernible differences between him and his brother. It was not a mutation in the traditional sense, but a shift in the silent language of the genes, altering how the body built proteins and responded to its environment. There were subtle whispers of alteration, shortened telomeres, those protective caps on the ends of chromosomes often associated with cellular aging. A quiet whisper of accelerated wear. There was a subtle weakening of the immune system, as if the body's silent guardians had been momentarily lulled by the lack of earthly pathogens, or perhaps overwhelmed by the cosmic environment. And there were issues with bone formation, a gentle reminder of gravity's vital role in shaping our skeletal strength, even down to the cellular level. It is worth noting, a comforting whisper amidst the profound implications that upon arriving back on Earth, most of these changes in genetic expression gently reverted back to normal after 6 months. The body, with its quiet wisdom, began to readapt to its familiar home, recalibrating its internal symphony. However, a persistent 9% of them did not, remaining subtly altered in ways we do not yet fully understand, a lingering cosmic signature, a quiet testament to the enduring impact of space. Spending time in space then does not merely touch the surface. It changes you in fundamental, enduring ways, a silent metamorphosis. Most likely, this profound alteration is due to the radiation the astronaut experienced, that silent, pervasive force that permeates the cosmic ocean, subtly rewriting the very instructions of life. It's a reminder that even when we build gleaming shields of steel, the universe finds ways to touch our deepest essence. So eventually, after months suspended in the silent embrace of the cosmos, after the long quiet dance with weightlessness and the subtle transformations within you, will arrive at Mars. The grand journey, both outward and inward, approaches its zenith, the culmination of a dream. Starship, with an incredible display of engineered grace, will begin its final delicate ballet. It will fall at an angle, no longer a soaring arrow, but a gently descending leaf, guided by unseen currents. It will then, subtly yet powerfully, use its flaps to shed an incredible 99% of its kinetic energy, aerodynamically, a silent whisper of friction against the thin Martian atmosphere. Imagine the delicate, precise adjustments as the vehicle becomes its own brake, slowing from unimaginable speeds, using only the tenuous air around it. This is not a jarring stop, but a deliberate, balletic deceleration, traveling in a long, elegant arc through the atmosphere like a stone skipping across a vast, invisible pond, before eventually, with a quiet sigh of triumph, bringing you gently to the planet's surface. It's a masterful performance, a testament to the confluence of physics and human design. And then the moment. You will, with a mix of awe and quiet anticipation, step out into the biodomes, those gleaming artificial oases that will serve as humanity's first fragile foothold on this alien world. Here, within these controlled environments, carefully nurtured by human hands, you will take your first breath of the manufactured Martian air, a carefully crafted blend designed to sustain life, a testament to human ingenuity in an alien world. It will be an air unlike any you've breathed before, carrying the faint, clean scent of filtered possibility. Starship, having completed its epic journey, its silent promise fulfilled, will then be meticulously checked over and refueled not from the distant resources of Earth, but by drawing upon the very essence of Mars itself, using oxygen and methane extracted from Mars itself. This closed-loop system, this profound act of living off the land, is a quiet declaration of self-sufficiency, a vital step towards enduring presence, transforming the red planet from a destination into a resource. As for you, the traveler, the one who dared to reach for the stars, the one who bore witness to your own transformation, you will have plenty of time to ponder all that has transpired. Every journey, no matter how small, subtly changes us, weaving new threads into the tapestry of our being. But yours, you might quietly reflect as you gaze out at the rust-colored landscape through the biodome's clear walls, may be the one that you can never quite change back from. The silent cosmic currents, the profound shifts in your very being, from the stretching of your spine to the whispers of change in your DNA, have woven a new indelible tapestry of self. The person, the very essence of the you that left Earth, will never truly return home. That past self, tethered to terrestrial gravity and the familiar rhythms of your home planet, has undergone a metamorphosis. But then, perhaps with a quiet acceptance that settles deep within your spirit, that's just how it always is with truly profound journeys, whether across vast oceans or across cosmic voids. Each departure, each exploration leaves an indelible mark, transforming us into something new, something deeper, something touched forever by the infinite. The red dust of Mars will cling to your boots, but the vastness of space will cling to your soul, a silent, beautiful echo of the journey. The whisper of distant planets, the quiet hum of scientific curiosity, often lead us to ponder the very fabric of movement through the cosmos. Bridging the immense, silent stretches between worlds requires not just ambition, but ingenious propulsion. For generations, our understanding of space travel has been dominated by the powerful, fiery spectacle of conventional rockets, a testament to raw force. Yet the vastness of the cosmos, the sheer scale of the distances involved, quietly challenges these traditional methods, urging us to seek a different, perhaps more patient way. Think for a moment of the challenge of vast cosmic distances. Imagine our solar system as a tranquil but immense cosmic sea. Earth is but one island, and Mars, our nearest planetary neighbor, is a distant island, perhaps a 6-month voyage away by current conventional means. To reach other islands like the icy moons of Jupiter or Saturn is to embark on multi-year odysseys. These stretches are not empty. They are filled with the silent, profound vacuum of space, yet the time it takes to traverse them feels almost insurmountable with our current tools. Bridging this galactic sea requires a profound reimagining of how we move. The limitations of conventional rockets are in a way tied to their very elegance. All rocketry at its heart operates under the beautiful, immutable principle of the conservation of momentum. Imagine it like a quiet conversation between two dancers. If you want to push yourself in one direction, you must send something else flying in the opposite direction with an equal and opposite momentum. It's a subtle balancing act, a push and a pull. Conventional chemical rockets perform this dance with a powerful, fiery ballet. They achieve thrust and by burning rocket fuel. An oxidizer mixes with a chemical like liquid methane, igniting in a controlled explosion that heats it and causes it to expand dramatically. By sending out this torrent of highly energized exhaust from the bottom of the rocket, a roaring river of superheated gas, the top where the precious cargo resides, is sent flying upwards. It's akin to the simple yet profound act of releasing the air from inside a balloon to send it whizzing around the room. The momentum of the escaping air equals the momentum of the balloon's flight. With the rocket, the momentum of the exhaust equals the force of the rocket going upwards. In theory, you could indeed travel around in space simply by having a very large balloon and releasing its air. But the quiet flaw in this elegant simplicity quickly becomes apparent. You would run out of air very quickly and then would not be able to produce any more thrust. Balloons in this cosmic context are not very efficient forms of rocket propulsion. To a degree, this same quiet problem whispers at the heart of our current chemical rockets. While burning the fuel does impart significantly more kinetic energy to the exhaust than simply squeezing air from a balloon, chemical rockets are still not perfectly efficient. There is an upper limit to how fast you can accelerate exhaust material by burning fuel. You cannot simply burn it hotter indefinitely to gain more speed. If you want to go faster with such a rocket, the only solution, the quiet, inescapable truth, is to burn more fuel. And burning more fuel means you need to carry more fuel, which in turn means your rocket has to be bigger and heavier, requiring even more fuel just to lift the added weight. It's a cyclical, self-defeating spiral of increasing mass. And once you run out of said fuel, that is it. The journey ceases. You can produce no more thrust. This inherent limitation, the need to conserve their fuel, is the very reason the NASA trip to Mars will quietly take a laborious 7 months. There's simply no way they could construct a large enough rocket that could carry enough fuel to accelerate passengers all the way to Mars, then decelerate them, and perhaps even accelerate again for the return journey. Consider the sheer scale some of the rockets being launched currently, such as the Artemis 1 SLS rocket that recently sent a spacecraft on a quiet journey to the moon. A much closer target are monstrous. Its main core stage alone was filled to the brim with 2.8 million liters of fuel. And that immense volume of fuel was all burned up in just the first 10 minutes after launch, consumed in a breathtaking burst of power, just to escape Earth's gravity. To carry enough fuel to accelerate all the way to Mars in a significantly shorter time frame would necessitate a ridiculously large ship, a vessel of unimaginable proportions, which in turn would need a monstrous amount of thrust simply to get it off the ground. It's simply not efficient, not for the vast silent distances that await us in the cosmos. Momentum, that fundamental currency of motion, is equal to mass times velocity. Chemical rockets in their raw, powerful way try to go faster by simply throwing more mass out the back of their thrusters. But what if instead we could increase the velocity at which that mass was thrown? That too would increase momentum, giving you more thrust, but with far less material. And this, a gentle whisper of a different way, is precisely where ion engines come in. This then, a gentle whisper of a different way, is precisely where ion engines come in. Imagine a shift from the fiery, explosive ballet of chemical propulsion to a more subtle, enduring dance powered by the very essence of electricity. Ion engines, in their elegant simplicity, attempt to give thrust electrically to their propellant, rather than relying on the brute force of burning fuel to cause rapid expansion. They do not roar. They hum with a quiet, persistent energy. The core of their genius lies in their ability to create ions or charged particles from a carefully chosen propellant. These ions are then, with exquisite precision, accelerated along electromagnetic fields, much like tiny invisible bullets guided by unseen forces. The speeds they can achieve are truly astonishing, sometimes reaching velocities of 146,000 kilometers per hour, depending on the specific model. Imagine that, a stream of particles moving at speeds that defy our earthly comprehension, all from a gentle electrical push. The beauty of this system, its quiet revolution, lies in a direct relationship. The more electricity you have, the more momentum you could impart to such a particle. And the faster that particle leaves the back of your rocket, the more momentum that your rocket quietly gains to move forward. This elegant principle means that you could get away with using far less fuel on your trip, a profound liberation from the tyranny of mass. The only quiet prerequisite is that you could create enough electrical energy to accelerate your particles. This is the silent trade-off, the delicate balance that defines ion propulsion. The key takeaway: the profound truth that hums beneath the surface is that ion engines are much more efficient than chemical rockets. Imagine a grand cosmic race where one runner carries a heavy, constantly diminishing pack of provisions, while the other glides forward almost effortlessly, powered by an invisible, tireless current. Chemical rocket fuel efficiency could achieve up to 35% efficiency, converting only a fraction of their stored energy into useful motion. Meanwhile, ion engines, with their quiet electrical precision, could manage an astonishing 90%. Different models, of course, may vary slightly in their precise efficiency, but all share the common remarkable trait of requiring far less propellant to achieve acceleration. So much less, in fact, that they can literally accelerate for years, a gentle, persistent push that slowly but surely builds incredible speed. And this acceleration, however gentle, adds up over the vast, silent stretches of space. Consider this quiet comparison. NASA space shuttles, those icons of human ingenuity, had top speeds of about 29,000 kilometers per hour. Ion thrusters, with their patient electric hum, can achieve speeds that are 11 times that. The ultimate upper cap on their performance is not how much fuel is in the tank, but rather how much electricity you can produce, a shift from a finite resource to a more open-ended one. This, then, is the quiet promise of ion propulsion, an enduring, efficient journey through the cosmic ocean, powered by a steady, unwavering electrical current. So if ion engines possess such a profound, almost ethereal superiority in efficiency, a quiet grace in their movement, why haven't we already embraced them wholeheartedly, ushering in an era where they universally replace their fiery chemical cousins? That question, like a softly spoken riddle, is a little misleading. The truth whispered back across the vastness of time and space is that we have been using them. Their presence in our cosmic endeavors is not a grand dramatic entrance, but a quiet, persistent hum in the background of our spacefaring story, subtle yet indispensable. Consider for a moment the recent NASA DART mission, a cosmic ballet of precision designed to gently nudge an asteroid. This spacecraft was equipped with a Next C-ion thruster, a silent guardian ready to be called upon in the event that its conventional thrusters, the louder, more familiar workhorses, should falter. Imagine the quiet confidence that such a backup system bestows upon a mission venturing into the profound solitude of deep space. Then cast your thoughts back to Deep Space One, a pioneering explorer that embarked on a daring journey to visit distant comets. For a significant period of its mission between 1972 and the late 90s, it relied on the patient, steady push of an N-star ion engine. It was a testament to the enduring quiet power of this nascent technology, guiding it across millions of miles with remarkable efficiency. Even further back to the era of the Cold War, Soviet satellites made quiet yet innovative use of Hall effect thrusters, a specific type of ion propulsion. They were employed not for grand journeys, but as subtle, precise stabilizers on their satellites, gently maintaining their delicate orientation in orbit. This functionality, this quiet elegance of control, is still being used on satellites today, a testament to the enduring utility of the technology. Indeed, SpaceX's Starlink satellites, those countless points of light that crisscross our night sky, also employ Hall effect thrusters to quietly and efficiently maintain their intricate orbital dance, ensuring seamless global communication. The quiet influence of these thrusters extends even to structures of profound scale. Entire space stations have been propelled by these thrusters. The majestic Chinese Tiangong space station, a testament to human collaboration and ambition, is moved by its primary propellant systems, but also by 4 Hall effect thrusters. These are used with quiet precision to adjust and maintain the station's orbit, preventing it from slowly succumbing to the subtle drag of residual atmosphere. Reports from the silent patient operation of these thrusters indicate they have been firing continuously for 8,240 hours with no problems, a remarkable testament to their reliability and endurance in the harsh, unforgiving environment of space. Their very existence, their quiet, persistent hum, paints a picture of a future where efficiency and quiet power become the preferred architects of our cosmic journeys. But as you might have softly intuited, there is also a quiet yet persistent problem with current generation ion thrusters, a fundamental limitation that means they are not yet ready to quietly replace all conventional rockets. They possess a fatal flaw, a delicate Achilles heel that for now confines them to specific niche applications. To gently illustrate this point, imagine a scenario if you were to take a typical ion thruster currently in operation and were to softly hold out your hand to try to stop it moving, to gently impede its forward progress. The force you would feel would be something profoundly subtle. It would be roughly comparable to the weight of a single piece of paper resting gently upon your palm. That, in essence, is the trade-off. Ion thrusters, in their quiet persistence, can accelerate for years, building immense speeds over prolonged periods. They usually use chemically inert gases as their fuel source, such as xenon, making them very safe to operate free from the volatile energies of conventional propellants. They can accelerate individual particles up to truly huge speeds. But the inherent limitation, the quiet impediment, is that the number of particles being accelerated is small. And because the mass of these particles is tiny, the cumulative force of this thrust is by its very nature tiny. This quiet weakness means that an ion engine can't produce the large enough thrust needed to get a spacecraft out of Earth's powerful gravity well by itself. It simply lacks the immediate brute force required to overcome the profound embrace of our home planet. Of course, in the vast, silent expanse of space, where there is no air resistance to fight against, and with the gift of enough time, this tiny, persistent thruster can accumulate remarkable results. Even a gentle, seemingly insignificant acceleration can, over months and years, get you where you want to go if nothing opposes it. For point of reference, some ion engines currently operating in space can take a couple of days to gently accelerate a spacecraft up to about the modest speed of a moving car. This quiet, persistent accumulation of velocity means that ion thrusters have found a quiet, yet invaluable niche on long-distance missions. These are the journeys that can afford the luxury of patience, the ones that can get away with only a gentle, continuous force to maintain orbits or for gracefully moving very small things, like tiny satellites. But they are still a long, quiet way away from being able to carry humanity itself across the vastness, not yet possessing the immediate power required for swift, decisive maneuvers or heavy payloads. Yet the quiet journey of innovation never truly rests. Beyond the fundamental challenge of their gentle there are other, more subtle problems to overcome in the continued development of ion engines. Imagine for a moment the intricate, delicate balance within these devices. Ion engines, at their very core, work by creating circuits, meticulous patterns of electrons that can carry charge and generate the precise electrical and magnetic fields necessary for propulsion. However, in the vastness of space, ions from the ambient environment can interfere with the delicate balance of these circuits. Picture a finely tuned instrument being subtly jostled by unseen forces. If the circuit breaks down, perhaps because extra negative charges are gently seeping in when they shouldn't, or if crucial charges are bleeding out unexpectedly, the engine quietly loses its ability to create the right fields. And without these precisely crafted fields, it simply can't accelerate reliably, its silent hum faltering into an unpredictable rhythm. Beyond this delicate dance of circuits, there's another pragmatic consideration: the fuel itself. The best fuel sources for ion engines, particularly the chemically inert xenon, while ideal for its stability and ease of ionization, is also profoundly rare and expensive. Imagine the quiet weight of its cost: $1,000 per kilogram. This high price, like a gentle but persistent current, significantly impacts the economic viability of widespread large-scale missions powered solely by xenon-fed ion thrusters. For ion engines to truly blossom into the primary form of space transportation, in the future, they will, with quiet certainty, need to overcome all these problems, finding new ways to maintain their delicate balance and to utilize more accessible, more abundant propellants. That said, the quiet persistence of human ingenuity means there are profound efforts being made to do just that. Imagine the tireless minds of scientists working to unravel these cosmic riddles. Helicon thrusters represent a new promising type of ion thruster, currently being developed by the European Space Agency in collaboration with the Australian National University. These new designs are making quiet breakthroughs, gently improving thruster efficiency, even further pushing the boundaries of what's possible with each passing test. They are also meticulously decreasing the wear on parts, extending the lifespan of these delicate instruments and making it so ion thrusters are even better suited to those long, patient space voyages where endurance is as vital as speed. In terms of fuel source, a quiet revolution is also stirring. Some ion thrusters currently under development are being built in ways that allow them to use a much wider range of fuel sources, breaking free from the expensive constraints of xenon. Consider the complexly named Magnetoplasma Dynamic Thruster (MPDT). This innovative design boasts configurations that allow it to use hydrogen, argon, ammonia, or nitrogen as propellant. Imagine the profound implications of such versatility, drawing on elements far more abundant and affordable. In certain settings, with a gentle whisper of possibility, it can even use the ambient gas in low Earth orbit. Imagine having a spaceship whose very fuel source was literally air collecting the rarefied gases around it, and whose only waste exhaust was that same air processed and expelled. This is a trait quietly shared by the ever-improving variable-specific impulse magnetoplasma rocket Vasimar, a particularly intriguing contender in the race for future propulsion. The VAL-CRR, with its quietly ambitious design, can use almost anything as a fuel source, although it has a preference for argon. Imagine the quiet economic advantage. Argon is 200 times cheaper than its competitor xenon, making it a much more viable and sustainable fuel source for long-term missions. Vasimar also promises to deliver more oomph than other ion thrusters, a stronger, more noticeable push. The designers of Vasimar, with quiet confidence, claim that it could potentially take astronauts to Mars in just 39 days, a dramatic reduction from the current 6-month journey, transforming a marathon into a brisk sprint. However, like any nascent technology, the Vasimar has some quiet kinks to work out. It is extremely power-hungry, designed to heat plasma inside it to an astonishing 1 million degrees Celsius, a temperature 173 times hotter than the surface of our Sun. We do not yet possess power sources efficient enough to gently feed this engine at the levels necessary for that breathtaking 39-day trip. And even when we do, a new profound challenge, whispers from the void getting rid of all the excess heat this creates, is problematic. As in space, there is no comforting medium to gently transfer the excess heat to. These up-and-coming lines of ion thrusters, while promising, all still have a long, quiet way to go before they will be able to totally replace conventional rockets. While their efficiency is incredible, their poor thrust leaves much to be desired for the powerful rapid accelerations needed to escape planetary gravity. But even if an ion engine is never developed with the thrust necessary to gently lift a spacecraft out of a planet's gravity, well, their unique capabilities offer a profound advantage. This capability to significantly reduce travel time to distant planets and their inherent advantages as a way of efficiently moving satellites mean that ion thrusters already have their niche, a quiet, vital role in the ongoing symphony of space exploration. Scientists, with their tireless dedication, continue to search for solutions to ion thrust technological challenges, pushing the boundaries with each gentle probe. For now, conventional chemical rockets remain the only option for short-burn, high-thrust journeys, the powerful workhorses of initial escape. But one day, if those challenges are overcome, this may no longer be true. Ion engines might become the only type of engine worth using, transforming the very rhythm of space travel. Then the solar system as a whole will open up to us like never before, becoming a more accessible, more familiar cosmic neighborhood. It might one day be possible to quietly pop over to Mars for a holiday, a profound transformation of the unimaginable into the mundane. Perhaps with a gentle whisper, this is one more example of where science fiction, in its wildest imaginings, one day becomes science fact. You may have heard a quiet hum in the news last year, a soft murmur of a new era beginning when Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos became the first billionaires to get into space themselves. Whatever thoughts this might stir within you, it marks a profoundly fascinating point in human history, a gentle turning of a page in our cosmic story. In the past, the space race was exclusively a contest or collaboration of nations, vast governmental machines pooling resources for monumental leaps. But now, with a subtle yet undeniable shift, private companies are beginning to enter the fray. Why this sudden change, this quiet blossoming of entrepreneurial spirit in the vacuum of space? And what does this profound shift mean for the future of space travel and exploration? Now that businesses driven by their own quiet ambitions are starting to look to the stars, what might it truly mean for humanity's future? Not just in terms of technology, but in the very fabric of our society. I am Alex Mullen, and as you watch Astrum, we will gently explore these questions. While it might be a little too early to say for sure what the future brings, still a nascent seed in the cosmic soil, we can perhaps gain greater insights into these profound inquiries by looking at why some of these companies and individuals are reaching for the stars. What quiet motivations drive them to gaze beyond the terrestrial horizon? The commercialization of space is not a new thing by any means. Its roots stretch back quietly into the past, far before the recent headlines. In 1962, just 5 years after the first artificial satellite was launched by the USSR, a groundbreaking moment that sent a silent beeping into the night sky. The first true commercial satellite, Telstar 1, was launched by the AT&T Corporation. Its purpose was elegantly simple, as a means of broadcasting American television programs to Europe, knitting distant continents together with invisible threads of electromagnetic waves. It was launched with a quiet cooperation that set a precedent, using a NASA rocket, a gentle symbiosis of public and private ambition. The currents of commercial interest continued to flow. In 1975, OTR, or Orbital Transport and Rocket Company, became the first company to attempt to develop an alternative propulsion system for rockets, a quiet rebellion against the established norms seeking new ways to touch the sky. And by 1984, the U.S. President Ronald Reagan signed the Commercial Space Launch Act, a legislative gesture designed to gently encourage companies to explore space to unleash the latent power of private enterprise into the cosmic frontier. Indeed, satellites have been a staple of modern life for many years now. Silent workhorses orbiting above us, enabling the very fabric of our connected world. They provide the invisible pathways for our internet connections, allowing thoughts and images to flow across continents with breathtaking speed. They quietly help us to navigate through tools like sat-navs, guiding our earthly journeys with precision. Among countless other things, they have woven themselves into the very fabric of our daily existence, becoming so ubiquitous that we often forget their quiet, constant presence. In other words, companies have already been commercializing space for some time, a steady, unwavering hum of activity beyond our atmosphere. So then what's truly different about these recent space flights? What makes the journeys of Branson and Bezos feel like a turning point, a new chapter beginning? The quiet distinction lies in this. These flights are the first time that private companies have built their own rockets and flown their own founders into space. It is a profound declaration of independence, a gentle assertion of self-reliance in the cosmic domain. They represent a significant turning point in space exploration, moving beyond mere satellite deployment to direct human presence. And perhaps more significantly, they mark the quiet beginning of a fledgling space tourism industry where wealthy individuals can pay to spend time in space, transforming the ultimate frontier into a luxurious experience. This shift, seemingly small, could have larger future impacts than you might think, rippling outward like a stone dropped into a calm pond, as we'll gently explore later in our quiet contemplation. But first, let's take a quiet moment to look at some of the companies that have been diligently developing their own rockets to travel into space. In particular, we will softly examine Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. The differing approaches of all these companies offer us the very best glimpses into the many possible outcomes of commercial space flights. A diverse tapestry of ambitions and methodologies, each weaving its own unique thread into the grand design of humanity's future in the cosmos. To begin our gentle exploration of private spaceflight, let's turn our attention to Virgin Galactic, the company that quietly secured the victory in the race to be the first billionaire to fly into space on their own rocket. This historic moment unfolded on the 11th of July in 2021, a quiet testament to years of persistent effort. However, Richard Branson had actually conceived and created Virgin Galactic much earlier, back in 2004, long before the world truly grasped the potential of private space tourism. Branson's company, the Virgin Group, known for its adventurous spirit, had taken a keen interest in the burgeoning idea of space tourism. Seeing a quiet opportunity in the vastness, they had noted with a gentle curiosity that another smaller company, Scaled Composites, was diligently developing their own rocket called Spaceship One. Scaled Composites, with its own quiet ambition, hoped to win the prestigious Ansari X Prize for the first privately crewed spacecraft to reach suborbital space twice within 2 weeks. Branson, ever the visionary, reached out to Scaled Composites and, with a quiet persuasion, convinced them to make the Virgin Group their sole customer of future spacecrafts if they succeeded. It was a gamble, a quiet leap of faith, but one that promised immense returns. And succeed they did. On October 4th, 2004, with Spaceship One flying to 112 kilometers in altitude and returning to the Earth safely, and with a crew, the Ansari X Prize was theirs. It's worth noting, with a gentle touch of precision, that space is officially recognized as starting at 100 kilometers by many agencies, a point known as the Kármán line, named after Theodor von Kármán, the first person who tried to define such a boundary. Spaceship One did successfully fly over this Kármán line boundary, unequivocally reaching the edge of space. However, it's interesting to softly note that NASA sees space as beginning at around 80 kilometers, a slightly lower yet still profound threshold. With that quiet success firmly under their belt, Scaled Composites and Virgin Galactic, united by a shared vision, began diligently working together to create a whole fleet of new spaceships, gracefully named Spaceship Two. Scaled Composites provided the crucial technical know-how, the quiet genius of engineering, while Virgin Galactic supplied much of the initial capital, the gentle financial fuel for this ambitious endeavor. Together, they quietly founded the Spaceship Company, with Virgin initially owning 70% of the shares. But eventually this stake rose to 100% when Virgin bought out the company, completely solidifying their control over this nascent enterprise. The rocket system they meticulously designed had one clear overriding aim in mindspace tourism. Its purpose was elegantly simple: to gently carry 6 passengers and 2 pilots up into space, allowing them to see incredible views of the Earth as a luminous blue marble against the inky blackness, and to experience a feeling of weightlessness, a profound liberation from the familiar pull of gravity. To achieve this, they employed an interesting and rather unique method, a quiet departure from traditional vertical launches. Instead of just creating a rocket in isolation, they actually attached their spaceship to a specialized aircraft called White Knight II. Imagine a large, graceful mothership carrying its smaller, more agile offspring aloft. White Knight II, with its twin fuselages, carried Spaceship Two up to an altitude of 15,000 meters, patiently climbing through the troposphere and into the lower stratosphere. Then, with a gentle, precise release, the spacecraft is set free, detached from its carrier. At this point, it activates its rocket booster, a sudden burst of power that propels it to supersonic speeds in just 8 seconds. Spaceship Two then begins its silent arcing climb, pointing straight up higher and higher until it reaches over 80 kilometers, well past NASA's definition of the boundary of space. All in all, this breathtaking trip up to the edge of space takes roughly an hour, a gradual ascent into the profound quietude above. At the very height of Spaceship Two's climb, as it touches the very edge of the void, it cuts its thrusters and allows gravity to gently begin its work, slowly bringing its acceleration to a halt. This brief yet profound drop in acceleration results in the passengers on board feeling weightless. Imagine it not as a chaotic fall, but as a serene suspension, a moment of perfect balance, sort of like when you throw a ball straight up in the air and it briefly hangs suspended at the peak of its arc, neither rising nor falling. This precious moment of perfect equilibrium, this blissful feeling of being truly untethered, lasts for roughly 5 minutes of fleeting yet unforgettable dance with the absence of gravity. After this brief ethereal interlude, the spaceship begins to fall back towards the Earth, not plummeting uncontrollably, but gracefully. It glides its way back down much slower and with greater control than a capsule re-entering the atmosphere by using a feathered re-entry system. Imagine its tail section gently rotating upwards, changing its shape to increase drag like a badminton shuttlecock, ensuring a stable, controlled descent. After this re-entry, it then glides its way back to its launch pad, a serene return to its point of origin. This part of the trip would also take about an hour, making for a 2-hour round trip total, a compact yet transformative journey to the edge of space and back. With the quiet success of Richard Branson getting into space, Virgin Galactic will now be looking to start flying passengers into space within this year or the next. But why does this truly matter? Why does this quiet step, this journey to the edge of space, resonate so deeply? Ticket prices for a flight on Spaceship Two, or perhaps Spaceship 3 by then, will cost an astonishing $250,000, a sum that places it far, far outside the price range of most people, a luxury for the very few. The quiet question naturally arises, shouldn't that money instead be gently invested in issues closer to home, addressing the profound challenges on our own planet, rather than providing the rich with a fun day out, a fleeting thrill? It is a valid query, a whisper of concern for societal priorities, well, as our next billionaire has quietly pointed out, with a vision that stretches far beyond immediate profit space. Tourism might just be the very way that space travel becomes accessible to everyone in the long run. It is a concept that echoes with the gentle wisdom of historical precedent. Jeff Bezos, the visionary founder of Amazon, a company that quietly transformed the very fabric of global commerce, also created his own space company, Blue Origin, specifically with this grand aim in mind. For Bezos, the stars have always held a powerful, quiet allure. He nurtured a deep interest in space from a young age, mentioning in an interview at the tender age of 18, not just a passing fancy, but his profound desire to build space hotels, amusement parks, and colonies for 2 to 3 million people who would be in orbit. This wasn't merely about personal enrichment, he softly explained at the time. This profound vision was a way of preserving Earth, a gentle migration of certain amounts of the population, and crucially heavy industry off the planet. In his quiet contemplation, this strategic shift might gently reduce the strain on the environment here, allowing our precious blue marble to breathe, to heal, to flourish. In 2000, when Bezos was wealthy enough from the success of Amazon to start making his dreams become a reality, to gently push the boundaries of what was possible, he began Blue Origin, funding it privately with his own money. This was not a venture dependent on external investors, but rather a quiet, personal crusade. To begin with, however, Bezos kept the project fairly secret, allowing it to develop in quiet gestation, shielded from public scrutiny. He did not reveal publicly that he had founded the company, and even in 2003, when he started buying land for a possible launch site, the public was largely left to wonder, to quietly speculate what his intentions for the vast tracts of Texas land might be. Unlike Virgin Galactic, which leaned on investors to fund its research, and so was very open with its aims, Blue Origin, with its private funding, did not make much public noise for about a decade. It accepted a contract from NASA in 2009 and did publish a rough report on the progress of the rocket it was developing, but it was not until 2015 that it began to speak more openly about its goals. And those goals, in their quiet ambition, had not changed much from when Bezos was a young dreaming man. Blue Origin's first commercial rocket, the New Shepard, named after Alan Shepard, the first American to go into space, was also a tourism rocket. But Bezos made it clear in speeches that he did not intend to stop there. In his mind, this was just a beginning, a gentle opening of the cosmic door. In 2016, he delivered a speech where he quietly compared the space industry now with aviation back in its infant days. In those early adventurous days of airplane flight, a big portion of people flying were simply seeking the thrill of being aloft, the simple exhilaration of flight. This tourism and entertainment factor, he argued, expanded interest in the industry, creating a gentle ripple effect that made it so many companies developed the technology, further pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Nowadays, almost anyone can quietly buy a plane ticket, and while spacecraft tickets are extremely expensive for now, a luxury for the privileged few in the long run, Bezos softly suggested that the space industry could go the same way, becoming as accessible and commonplace as air travel is today. Bezos's rocket, the New Shepard, is a little different in its design philosophy. From Branson's A Quiet Divergence in their approach to touching the edge of space, it has a more standard thruster that carries an observation pod up into the sky, a sleek vertical ascent. This pod then gracefully detaches at the apogee of its flight, allowing passengers to experience the profound quietude of space. It also quietly distinguishes itself by going higher than Spaceship Two, crossing the Kármán line to a height of around 107 kilometers, reaching a slightly deeper embrace of the cosmos. And it travels much faster, transforming the experience into a swift yet profound cosmic dash. The whole trip from takeoff to landing will only last about 11 minutes, a compact burst of wonder, unlike Virgin Galactic's 2 hours. Although it will no doubt carry a similar price tag for tickets, a quiet whisper of luxury. For the few, Bezos is already looking ahead, his gaze fixed on a more expansive future. While 107 km is proudly over the Kármán line, it is still far from true orbit, that sustained ballet around our home planet. Blue Origin's future goal, a quiet promise whispered into the void, is to get their next rocket, aptly named New Glenn, after another astronaut into orbit, a significant leap towards broader space access. And as for the project after that, well, the name itself, New Armstrong, speaks volumes, hinting at even greater ambitions. It is clear that Blue Origin intends to quietly make its way to the moon, a lunar aspiration that aligns perfectly with Bezos's stated objectives to gently pave the way for industry to more accessibly get into space. Although he doesn't expect to see it in his lifetime, Bezos has softly articulated his vision that much of Earth's heavy industry will one day be done in space, a quiet migration of manufacturing from our precious planet to the vast cold vacuum, freeing Earth from its industrial burdens. Our last billionaire, however, has his eyes on an even further goal, a destination that extends beyond the familiar cosmic neighborhood. Elon Musk's company SpaceX stands a little different from the other two, a quiet giant pursuing a more expansive destiny. While Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin gently focus on space tourism, SpaceX has been more steadfastly focused on commercial ventures since its founding in 2002. In the relatively short span of its existence, SpaceX has grown to quietly dominate the market, securing half of the contracts to launch satellites into space, a remarkable testament to its efficiency and innovation. Part of its profound success in this area is due to the fact that its flagship rocket, the Falcon 9, is reusable. This reusability, this quiet act of returning to Earth for another flight, drastically reduces the cost of launches, making the act of placing satellites and other cargo into orbit much cheaper and more accessible. The Falcon 9 is also a much larger vessel than New Shepard or Spaceship Two. While the latter two are roughly comparable at 18 meters in length, each slender reeds reaching for the sky, Falcon 9 is a towering 70 meters, a much larger instrument of cosmic ambition. Its thrusters are powerful enough to gently get it into orbit, carrying a reusable cargo capsule named the Dragon. The first of these Dragons carried vital supplies up to the International Space Station, a quiet lifeline to our orbiting outpost. The Falcon 9 is able to carry 5,500 kg of weight into orbit, a substantial payload, or even more, if they are willing to quietly sacrifice the reusability of the rocket, opting for a single heavier lift. This profound ability to transport cargo reflects a possible future purpose of SpaceX to carry freight to Mars to establish the logistical backbone of an interplanetary civilization. Elon Musk has always made it clear with a quiet, unwavering conviction that he intends to one day see a colony on Mars. His vision stretches beyond mere visits towards a permanent human presence. As early as 2001, his company conceptualized greenhouses that might grow plants there, a quiet whisper of life blooming on alien soil. Any such colony in its nascent stages will undoubtedly need a steady flow of supplies from Earth, particularly vital equipment and personnel meticulously transported across the vast, silent chasm of space. Any company with the large-scale capability to quietly transport heavy weights between Earth and Mars would stand to make a significant amount of money, becoming the silent arteries of an interplanetary economy. In 2001, Musk attempted to buy rockets that might start the process of getting supplies to Mars, seeking to acquire the necessary tools for his grand vision. But he quietly realized that it would ultimately be cheaper to create his own. This pragmatic insight was the genesis of SpaceX. Thanks to the remarkable success of SpaceX, which is now currently valued at well over $75 billion, Musk has gained the funds necessary to gently further his dream, transforming a personal aspiration into a powerful global enterprise. SpaceX is now diligently developing a new line of rocket, known as Starship, the very vessel we've been contemplating. They quietly hope this magnificent craft will be able to go to the moon, and later be able to transport 100 tons to Mars before gracefully refueling there and flying back, a testament to profound efficiency and circularity. It will be an incredible achievement, a quiet triumph of engineering and vision. And although it currently takes roughly 6 months to travel to Mars, a long, patient journey, Starship will fundamentally make the red planet far more accessible to humankind, turning a distant dream into a tangible, achievable goal. Space tourism, lunar landings, orbiting facilities, refueling stations, shipping to Mars. These are all the stated objectives, the quiet aspirations of the commercial interests now gazing intently at space. And although they're still a long way from achieving some of those goals, their dreams stretching far beyond current capabilities, the very fact that they are making the profound progress, they are pushing the boundaries with each quiet launch and each innovative design, makes those future goals seem all the more plausible. This is why billionaires traveling into the edges of space in their own rockets is so exciting. It not only marks the beginning of an age where trips for the average person traveling to another planet could one day be a gentle democratization of the cosmos, but it could lead the way for humanity truly being an interplanetary species. Now, I know these companies have their controversies, their quiet shadows that I avoided in this gentle exploration. However, what company seems the most promising to you? What quiet hum of innovation resonates most deeply? Perhaps there's a company I didn't mention that has real potential too. Do you think it's good for there to be healthy competition in this industry? A quiet race towards the stars. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Share your quiet contemplations. Right now, as we speak, the Perseverance rover is quietly resting inside the Jezero crater on Mars, a solitary explorer, some 363 million kilometers away from us. Imagine that immense silent void separating us from this tiny wheeled ambassador. And yet, despite this unfathomable distance, Perseverance is diligently, patiently sending us thousands of images, videos, and scientific data from its various sensors and instruments. It's a continuous, gentle stream of information, bridging the vast cosmic chasm. If you find that distance awe-inspiring, consider the Voyager spacecraft. These venerable explorers launched decades ago, took and sent the famous pale blue dot image from 6 billion kilometers from Earth. That's an almost incomprehensible distance, 40 times the distance between Earth and the Sun, a testament to the enduring reach of human ingenuity. The quiet marvel behind this cosmic conversation is that we currently use radio waves to transmit data to and from spacecraft. That's right, the very same kind of waves, subtle and invisible, that hum through your home when you listen to the radio. However, at these interplanetary distances, even with the incredible and expensive technology in use today, the data transfer speeds can be far slower than dial-up internet. Imagine the frustration, the quiet patience required as vast amounts of precious information trickle back to us at a snail's pace. This painfully slow pace severely limits how much data a probe can capture, forcing compromises in scientific endeavors, as well as the speed in which it's received, delaying the profound insights we crave. This quiet bottleneck is precisely why NASA has something new, something profound up its sleeve, a different way to whisper across the cosmos. I'm Alex Molin, and as you watch Astrum, we will embark on a quiet journey to understand how NASA stays in contact with spacecraft billions of kilometers away. And perhaps more excitingly, we will gently explore the new kinds of technology NASA has just launched in the field of deep space communication, a quiet revolution poised to transform our connection to the stars. Unsurprisingly, the probes and rovers of NASA missions, those intrepid silent explorers, do not carry extremely powerful radio antennas themselves. Imagine the immense size and power requirements such equipment would demand. They simply aren't big enough or powerful enough to house them within their compact frames. Instead, they are equipped with small but directional and efficient antennas, meticulously designed to transmit their precious data with quiet precision. This means that most of the heavy lifting needs to come from huge radio antennas on the Earth itself, monumental structures that stand as silent ears, listening for faint whispers from the cosmos. NASA uses something truly remarkable, something it calls the Deep Space Network (DSN), to communicate with its distant spacecraft. The DSN is not merely a collection of antennas. It is the largest and most sensitive scientific communication system in the world, a global symphony of technology dedicated to listening to the universe. Imagine its profound history. The Deep Space Network quietly received and relayed to the world the first TV images of astronaut Neil Armstrong setting foot on the surface of the moon in 1969, bringing that iconic moment into living rooms across the globe. It was called on to support the nerve-wracking Apollo 13 mission after the rupture of an oxygen tank, a terrifying moment of vulnerability. During the critical re-entry of the capsule, it was essential that engineers on the ground maintain contact with the astronauts on board. The spacecraft's minimal power was needed for re-entry, with little left over for communications. The Deep Space Network, with its unparalleled sensitivity, was able to capture these whispers from space, those faint, desperate signals, and it played a crucial role in gently bringing the astronauts home, a testament to its quiet, steadfast reliability. And of course, the Deep Space Network diligently maintains contact with every ongoing deep space NASA mission, a silent guardian throughout their long journeys. It can even talk to the rovers on Mars, sending commands and receiving their silent reports. In fact, each antenna within this vast network can receive multiple incoming signals at the same time, a symphony of cosmic voices. However, It only has the capability to transmit one at a time, a quiet reminder of the delicate balance between listening and speaking across vast distances. So how does this remarkable system, this silent listener of the cosmos, actually work? Well, it's a meticulously designed network of 3 facilities, each a sprawling complex containing multiple giant radio telescopes. These silent sentinels are strategically placed around our planet, with facilities located in California, Spain, and Australia. Imagine these immense dishes like giant ears, patiently listening to the faint whispers from beyond. And while the sheer size of the antennas is important, allowing them to gather the most ephemeral signals, it quietly isn't the only factor to consider. Their placement is actually very important too. They are all meticulously equidistant from each other and are approximately 120 degrees apart in longitude, like 3 points on a vast invisible triangle encircling our globe. Furthermore, each facility is carefully situated in semi-mountainous bowl-shaped terrain, a natural cradle designed to help shield against radio frequency interference from terrestrial sources, ensuring the purest possible reception of those faint cosmic signals. The strategic location of these 3 sites means that at any given moment in the Earth's rotation, almost every area of the sky is covered by an antenna, ensuring that wherever a distant spacecraft may be, there is always an ear listening. This means there aren't many communication blackouts with ongoing missions, a testament to the seamless quiet vigilance of the DSN. The Deep Space Network not only helps gather the science data acquired by the spacecraft, those precious insights into distant worlds, but it also diligently transmits commands and uploads software modifications to spacecraft acting as a remote hand guiding their delicate operations. While the Deep Space Network tracks, sends commands to, and receives data from all NASA spacecraft beyond the Moon. Extending its gentle reach across the solar system, the network also quietly supports other international space agencies like the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, and the Indian Space Agency, acting as a global lifeline to the cosmos. However, even with such profound capabilities, there are quiet downsides to the DSN system too. Its very scale and technological complexity bring their own unique challenges. They require large antennas on Earth colossal structures that demand immense resources to build and maintain. They rely on ultra-sensitive receivers that can pick up the faintest of whispers from billions of kilometers away, and powerful full transmitters to send commands across those immense distances. All of this is necessary in order to maintain contact over the vast, silent stretches involved. And as incredible and as versatile as the Deep Space Network is, it is quietly showing its age. Some of its components, after decades of tireless service, are beginning to wear down. Replacing major components can cause problems, as it can leave an antenna out of service for months at a time, creating temporary gaps in our cosmic listening. Plus, the older 70-meter antennas are reaching the end of their lives, their silent service drawing to a close. At some point, these will need to be quietly replaced, a monumental undertaking in itself. And in reality, despite their power, they are not very efficient when it comes to interplanetary missions. As I mentioned, at tremendous distances, the data transfer rate is painfully slow. Imagine waiting patiently for a vast, detailed photograph to slowly materialize pixel by pixel. It took New Horizons over 2 years to send back all the data it collected from just the one Pluto flyby, a stark reminder of the quiet bottleneck this slow transfer rate creates. So what then can be done better? How can we whisper across the cosmos with greater clarity and speed? Well, this is precisely where the Laser Communications Relay Demonstration LCRD mission quietly steps onto the cosmic stage. Since the dawn of space exploration, NASA has primarily used radio frequency systems to communicate with astronauts and spacecraft, a familiar, reliable method. But the LCRD is poised to gently demonstrate the capabilities of optical communications, a revolutionary shift in how we exchange information across the void. Launched on the 7th of December 2021, this space relay represents a new, better, faster, and more advanced way of transmitting data in space, using infrared laser communications rather than radio waves. Imagine the difference between a broad, slow stream of water and a focused, intense beam of light. Infrared light has higher frequencies when compared to radio waves, and that in its subtle elegance means more data can be packed into each transmission. This is the key to its superior performance. This antenna in space, precisely tuned and incredibly powerful, can send data to Earth from its geosynchronous orbit at a breathtaking 1.2 gigabits per second. With it, it's almost like NASA is quietly upgrading from ADSL to fiber internet in space, a leap from the sluggish to the lightning fast, including all the benefits of the increased data transfer speeds. Additionally, the LCRD will also quietly help NASA remove the need for missions to have direct line of sight to antennas on Earth. This is a profound liberation from geographical constraints. And its geostationary orbit will mean it's always in view of the ground stations on Earth, a constant, unwavering connection. A geostationary orbit means the spacecraft is orbiting Earth at the same speed as Earth's rotation, ensuring the same side of Earth is always in its view, a perfect celestial companion for continuous communication. Now, this is currently a technology demonstration mission, a quiet test of its capabilities. But it is hoped that the LCRD will prove the capabilities of optical communication in space, paving the way for its widespread adoption. Using this system, we should see a bandwidth increase of 10 to 100 times more than radio frequency systems, a dramatic acceleration of our cosmic conversations. Furthermore, optical communication instruments are subtly smaller in size, and they weigh less than radio instruments. Imagine the profound implications of this quiet reduction in mass and volume. For a spacecraft using optical communications, that would mean there would be more room for science instruments, allowing for more ambitious scientific endeavors, or simply a less expensive launch, due to its lower weight, a gentle economic whisper that encourages more missions. In fact, the entire LCRD payload itself is only the size of a standard king-size mattress, a remarkably compact package, especially when compared to the 70-meter behemoth radio antennas the Deep Space Network currently utilizes. Helpfully, optical communication systems are also very power efficient, converting more energy into useful data transmission. But like all grand innovations, there is a quiet challenge, a subtle limitation. The major downside of using optical signals is that they cannot easily penetrate cloud coverage. Imagine trying to shine a laser through a dense fog. The light scatters, the signal is lost. So NASA must still build a system flexible enough to avoid interruptions due to weather on Earth, ensuring constant connectivity. The LCRD will test this by transmitting data to 2 ground stations carefully chosen for their minimal cloud coverage, one of which is located in California, with the other in Hawaii. These locations were specifically chosen for their minimal cloud coverage, providing the clearest possible path for the delicate laser beams. So what will the LCRD actually be used for, beyond merely proving its capabilities? As part of the technology demonstration, it will be able to relay data from the International Space Station, ISS, to Earth at much greater speeds than currently possible. Because the ISS is orbiting so close to Earth, it's only ever in view of ground stations for very short periods of time, like a fleeting whisper, as it passes overhead. However, if it is relaying data to the LCRD, which is high above the Earth in geostationary orbit, it will remain in view of the LCRD for half of its orbit, and so can relay data to it for much longer periods of time, a continuous gentle stream of information. And assuming LCRD is proven a success, a quiet confidence in its abilities, we do have some upcoming missions that will utilize this new optical capability. The Orion Artemis II mission, which is planned to launch in 2024, is set to transfer ultra-high-definition video over infrared light to Earth. Imagine the breathtaking clarity, the profound detail that this will allow. It will show Artemis II astronauts exploring the moon in a definition we've never seen before. bringing us closer to the lunar surface than ever thought possible. In addition, the Psyche mission, which is planned to be launched in 2026, will go to an asteroid over 240 million kilometers away from Earth. Psyche will carry the Deep Space Optical Communication DSOC payload to test laser communications at this immense distance, pushing the very boundaries of our communication capabilities. These missions will quietly help pave a way for laser communication in the space field, transforming it from a promising concept into a vital operational reality. The increasing bandwidth will fix one of the major bottlenecks of science collection that has really hindered missions in the past, allowing for a much richer, more detailed understanding of the cosmos. Being able to transmit ultra-high-definition video from planets and asteroids going forward seems like an incredibly exciting prospect, a profound enhancement to our cosmic vision. And honestly, I just can't wait. Plus, should we explore the far reaches of the solar system again, venturing into those even more distant silent realms? Hopefully this time we won't have to wait years at a time for all the data to reach us in HG. It's a quiet promise of faster insights, of a more immediate connection to the wonders beyond our world. In the quiet dance of human ambition, a new profound rhythm has begun to emerge, shifting the very landscape of our cosmic endeavors. You may have heard a soft murmur in the news last year, a gentle whisper of a new era, beginning when Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos became the first billionaires to get into space themselves. Whatever thoughts this might stir within you, whatever quiet reflections on wealth and exploration, it marks a profoundly fascinating point in human history, a gentle turning of a page in our cosmic story. In the past, the space race was exclusively a contest or collaboration of nations, vast governmental machines pooling immense resources for monumental leaps driven by geopolitical currents and scientific prestige. But now, with a subtle yet undeniable shift, private companies are beginning to enter the fray, their own quiet ambitions, adding new currents to the celestial tides. Why this sudden change, this quiet blossoming of entrepreneurial spirit in the vacuum of space? And what does this profound shift truly mean for the future of space travel and exploration? Now that businesses driven by their own quiet motivations and the promise of new frontiers are starting to look to the stars, what might it truly mean for humanity's future? Not just in terms of technological advancement, but in the very fabric of our society and how we define access and opportunity in the cosmos. I am Alex Molin, and as you quietly absorb these thoughts through Astrum, we will embark on a gentle exploration of these profound questions. While it might be a little too early to say for sure what the future brings, still a nascent seed in the cosmic soil, a promise yet unfurled, we can perhaps gain greater insights into these profound inquiries by looking at why some of these companies and individuals are reaching for the stars. What quiet currents of inspiration, what deep wells of motivation drive them to gaze beyond the terrestrial horizon, to seek fortunes not just in terrestrial markets, but in the boundless expanse of the cosmos? The commercialization of space is not a new thing by any means. Its roots stretch back quietly into the past, far before the recent headlines of billionaire voyages. In 1962, just 5 years after the first artificial satellite was launched by the USSR, a groundbreaking moment that sent a silent, insistent beeping into the night sky, forever altering our perception of what lay beyond. The first true commercial satellite, Telstar 1, was launched by the AT&T Corporation. Its purpose was elegantly simple, yet profoundly transformative, as a means of broadcasting American television programs to Europe, knitting distant continents together with invisible threads of electromagnetic waves, shrinking the world with the speed of light. It was launched with a quiet cooperation that set a remarkable precedent, using a NASA rocket, a gentle symbiosis of public ambition and private enterprise, foreshadowing the partnerships that would blossom decades later. The currents of commercial interest continued to flow quietly, gathering strength. In 1975, OTR, or Orbital Transport and Rocket Company, became the first company to attempt to develop an alternative propulsion system for rockets, a quiet rebellion against the established norms, seeking new, more efficient ways to touch the sky. This was a testament to the persistent human desire for innovation, pushing beyond the known. And by 1984, the U.S. President Ronald Reagan signed the Commercial Space Launch Act, a legislative gesture designed to gently yet decisively encourage companies to explore space, to unleash the latent power of private enterprise into the cosmic frontier. It was a recognition that the boundless ambition of the private sector could unlock new pathways to the stars, complementing governmental efforts. Indeed, satellites have been a staple of modern life for many years now. Silent workhorses orbiting high above us, diligently performing their tasks, often unnoticed. They enable the very fabric of our connected world, providing the invisible pathways for our internet connections, allowing thoughts and images to flow across continents with breathtaking speed, making our world feel smaller, more connected. They quietly help us to navigate through tools like sat-navs, guiding our earthly journeys with precision, ensuring we find our way with ease. Among countless other things, from weather forecasting to Earth observation, they have woven themselves so intricately into the very fabric of our daily existence, becoming so ubiquitous that we often forget their quiet, constant presence, their silent service in the heavens. In other words, companies have already been commercializing space for some time, a steady, unwavering hum of activity beyond our atmosphere, extending our reach and capabilities. So then, what's truly different about these recent space flights? What makes the journeys of Branson and Bezos feel like a profound turning point, a new chapter quietly beginning to unfurl? The quiet distinction, the profound shift, lies in this. These flights are the first time that private companies have built their own rockets and flown their own founders into space. It is a bold declaration of independence, a gentle assertion of self-reliance, and complete control over the means of cosmic access. They represent a significant turning point in space exploration, moving beyond mere satellite deployment to direct human presence, a profound step from observation to participation, and perhaps more significantly, they mark the quiet beginning of a fledgling space tourism industry, where wealthy individuals, driven by curiosity, adventure, or simply the profound desire to witness our planet from above, can pay to spend time in space, transforming the ultimate frontier into a luxurious yet deeply meaningful experience. This shift, seemingly small in its initial scope, could have larger future impacts than you might think, rippling outward like a stone dropped into a calm pond, sending waves of innovation and possibility far beyond its initial splash. As we'll gently explore later in our quiet contemplation, it hints at a future where the sky is not the limit, but merely a stepping stone. But first, before we delve deeper into the profound implications, let's take a quiet moment to look at some of the companies that have been diligently, patiently developing their own rockets to travel into space. It is in their diverse approaches, their unique philosophies, that we can find the clearest insights. In particular, we will softly examine Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. The differing approaches of all these companies offer us the very best glimpses into the many possible outcomes of commercial space flights, a diverse tapestry of ambitions and methodologies, each weaving its own unique thread into the grand design of humanity's future in the cosmos. Each represents a different path, a different dream, all leading in their own way to the stars. To begin our gentle exploration of private spaceflight, let's turn our attention to Virgin Galactic, the company that quietly secured the victory in the race to be the first billionaire to fly into space on their own rocket. This historic moment unfolded on the 11th of July in 2021, a quiet testament to years of persistent effort and the unwavering belief of its founder. However, Richard Branson had actually conceived and created Virgin Galactic much earlier, back in 2004, long before the world truly grasped the widespread potential of private space tourism. Branson's company, the Virgin Group, known for its adventurous spirit and willingness to challenge conventional industries, had taken a keen interest in the burgeoning idea of space tourism. Seeing a quiet, profound opportunity in the vastness beyond Earth's atmosphere, they had noted with a gentle curiosity that another smaller innovative company, Scaled Composites, was diligently developing their own rocket called Spaceship One. Scaled Composites, with its own quiet ambition, hoped to win the prestigious Ansari X Prize for the first privately crewed spacecraft to reach suborbital space twice within 2 weeks, a daring challenge that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible for private entities. Branson, ever the visionary, reached out to Scaled Composites, and with a quiet persuasion, a gentle offering of partnership, convinced them to make the Virgin Group their sole customer of future spacecrafts if they succeeded. It was a bold gamble, a quiet leap of faith, but one that promised immense returns for both parties. And succeed they did. On October 4th, 2004, with Spaceship One flying to 112 kilometers in altitude and returning to the Earth safely and with a crew, the Ansari X Prize was theirs, a landmark achievement that echoed the possibilities of private spaceflight. It's worth noting with a gentle touch of precision that space is officially recognized as starting at 100 kilometers by many agencies, an invisible boundary known as the Kármán line, named after Theodor von Kármán, the first person who tried to define such a precise threshold where aerodynamics largely gives way to astrodynamics. Spaceship One did successfully fly over this Kármán line boundary, unequivocally reaching the very edge of space, a silent crossing into a new realm. However, it's interesting to softly note that NASA, with its own long history of space exploration, sees space as beginning at around 80 kilometers, a slightly lower, yet still profound threshold, reflecting different operational and physical considerations. With that quiet success firmly under their belt, Scaled Composites and Virgin Galactic, united by a shared vision of opening the cosmos, began diligently working together to create a whole fleet of new spaceships, gracefully named Spaceship Two. Scaled Composites provided the crucial technical know-how, the quiet genius of engineering, and design expertise, while Virgin Galactic supplied much of the initial capital, the gentle financial fuel for this ambitious endeavor, allowing the dream to take tangible form. Together, they quietly founded the Spaceship Company, a joint venture with Virgin initially owning 70% of the shares, setting the stage for collaboration. But eventually, this stake, through quiet negotiation and strategic acquisition, rose to 100% when Virgin bought out the company, completely solidifying their control over this nascent enterprise and streamlining its future development. The rocket system they meticulously designed had one clear overriding aim in mindspace tourism. Its purpose was elegantly simple yet profoundly aspirational: to gently carry 6 passengers and 2 pilots up into space, allowing them to see incredible views of the Earth as a luminous blue marble against the inky blackness, a perspective reserved for a privileged few. And crucially, to experience a feeling of weightlessness, a profound liberation from the familiar pull of gravity that defines our every terrestrial moment. To achieve this, they employed an interesting and rather unique method, a quiet departure from traditional vertical launches that thunder skyward. Instead of just creating a rocket in isolation, they actually attached their spaceship to a specialized aircraft called White Knight II. Imagine a large, graceful mothership with its distinctive twin fuselages, carrying its smaller, more agile offspring aloft a symbiotic ascent. White Knight II, with its powerful engines and immense wingspan, carried Spaceship Two up to an altitude of 15,000 meters, patiently climbing through the troposphere and into the lower stratosphere, reaching a cruising altitude where the air thins and the sky begins to darken. Then, with a gentle, precise release, a quiet uncoupling in the vastness of the sky, the spacecraft is set free, detached from its carrier aircraft. At this pivotal moment, it activates its rocket booster, a sudden powerful burst of energy that propels it to supersonic speeds in just 8 seconds, a breathtaking acceleration that presses passengers back into their seats. Spaceship Two then begins its silent arcing climb, pointing straight up higher and higher, piercing the blue veil of our atmosphere until it reaches over 80 kilometers, comfortably past NASA's definition of the boundary of space, and often exceeding the Kármán line of 100 kilometers as well. All in all, this breathtaking trip up to the very edge of space takes roughly an hour. A gradual contemplative ascent into the profound quietude above where the stars begin to emerge, even in the daytime sky. At the very height of Spaceship Two's climb, as it touches the very edge of the void, reaching its apogee, it cuts its thrusters the powerful roar, fading into a profound silence. It then allows the subtle, inevitable force of gravity to gently begin its work, slowing its upward acceleration. This brief yet profound drop in acceleration results in the passengers on board feeling weightless. Imagine it not as a chaotic, uncontrolled plummet, but as a serene suspension, a moment of perfect ethereal balance, sort of like when you throw a ball straight up in the air and it briefly hangs suspended at the peak of its arc, neither rising nor falling, truly detached from the sensation of up or down. This precious moment of perfect equilibrium, this blissful feeling of being truly untethered, lasts for roughly 5 minutes, a fleeting yet unforgettable dance with the absence of gravity, a memory that will forever be etched in the minds of those who experience it. After this brief ethereal interlude, the spaceship begins to fall back towards the Earth, not plummeting uncontrollably, but gracefully guided by its unique design. It glides its way back down much slower and with greater control than a capsule re-entering the atmosphere by using a feathered re-entry system. Imagine its tail section gently rotating upwards, changing its shape to increase drag and stabilize the craft, much like a badminton shuttlecock, ensuring a stable, controlled descent through the thickening air. After this re-entry, it then glides its way back to its launch pad, a serene, unpowered return to its point of origin. Landing on a runway. This final part of the trip would also take about an hour, making for a 2-hour round trip. Total a compact yet profoundly transformative journey to the edge of space and back, a circular ballet from Earth to the cosmic threshold and home again. With the quiet success of Richard Branson getting into space, a visible triumph for private enterprise, Virgin Galactic will now be looking to start flying passengers into space within this year or the next, transforming the experimental into the commercial. But why does this truly matter? Why does this quiet step, this journey to the edge of space, resonate so deeply beyond the thrill of a few ticket prices for a flight on Spaceship Two? Or perhaps Spaceship 3 by then will cost an astonishing $250,000 a sum that places it far, far outside the price range of most people, a luxury for the very few. The quiet question naturally arises, a gentle murmur of societal concern. Shouldn't that money instead be gently invested in issues closer to home, addressing the profound challenges on our own planet, alleviating suffering, rather than providing the rich with a fun day out, a fleeting thrill at the edge of the sky? It is a valid query, a whisper of concern for societal priorities, for the allocation of vast resources. Well, as our next billionaire has quietly pointed out, with a vision that stretches far beyond immediate profit and into the profound future space, tourism might just be the very way that space travel becomes accessible to everyone in the long run. It is a concept that echoes with the gentle wisdom of historical precedent, a quiet lesson from our own past. Jeff Bezos, the visionary founder of Amazon, a company that quietly transformed the very fabric of global commerce and the way we access goods, also created his own space company Blue Origin, specifically with this grand aim in mind to open the cosmic frontier for all. For Bezos, the stars have always held a powerful, quiet allure. He nurtured a deep interest in space from a young age, far before his Amazonian empire, mentioning in an interview at the tender age of 18, not just a passing fancy, but his profound desire to build space hotels, amusement parks, and colonies for 2 to 3 million people who would be in orbit. This wasn't merely about personal enrichment or fleeting entertainment, he softly explained at the time. This profound vision was in his mind a way of preserving Earth, a gentle migration of certain amounts of the population and crucially heavy industry off the planet. In his quiet contemplation, this strategic shift, this delicate rebalancing of human footprint, might gently reduce the strain on the environment. Here, allowing our precious blue marble to breathe, to heal, to flourish, relieved of the burdens of industrial pollution and overpopulation. In 2000, when Bezos was wealthy enough from the success of Amazon to start making his dreams become a reality, to gently push the boundaries of what was possible, he began Blue Origin, funding it privately with his own money. This was not a venture dependent on external investors, but rather a quiet personal crusade, allowing him to pursue his vision with an uncommon degree of autonomy. To begin with, however, Bezos kept the project fairly secret, allowing it to develop in quiet gestation, shielded from public scrutiny and the clamor of media attention. He did not reveal publicly that he had founded the company, and even in 2003, when he started buying land for a possible launch site in West Texas, the public was largely left to wonder, to quietly speculate what his intentions for the vast tracts of desert land might be. Unlike Virgin Galactic, which leaned on investors to fund its research, and so was very open with its aims, Blue Origin, with its private funding, did not make much public noise for about a decade. It accepted a contract from NASA in 2009, performing quietly in the background, and did publish a rough report on the progress of the rocket it was developing. But it was not until 2015 that it began to speak more openly about its goals and to share its profound vision with the world. And those goals, in their quiet ambition, had not changed much from when Bezos was a young dreaming man, demonstrating a deep, unwavering commitment to his earliest aspirations. Blue Origin's first commercial rocket, the New Shepard, aptly named after Alan Shepard, the first American to go into space, was also a tourism rocket, a direct competitor in this nascent market. But Bezos made it clear in speeches that he did not intend to stop there, that this was merely the first gentle step. In his mind, this was just a beginning, a quiet opening of the cosmic door leading to far grander endeavors. In 2016, he delivered a speech where he quietly compared the space industry now with aviation, back in its infant days. In those early adventurous days of airplane flight, a big portion of people flying were simply seeking the thrill of being aloft, the simple exhilaration of flight, a sense of wonder at defying gravity. This tourism and entertainment factor, he argued, expanded interest in the industry, creating a gentle ripple effect that made it so many companies developed the technology further, pushing the boundaries of what was possible with relentless innovation. Nowadays, almost anyone can quietly buy a plane ticket, and while spacecraft tickets are extremely expensive for now, a luxury for the privileged few in the long run, Bezos softly suggested that the space industry could go the same way, becoming as accessible and commonplace as air travel is today, democratizing the cosmos. Bezos's rocket, the New Shepard, is a little different in its design philosophy. From Branson's, a quiet divergence in their approach to touching the edge of space. It has a more standard thruster that carries an observation pod up into the sky, a sleek, vertical ascent directly into the blue. This pod then gracefully detaches at the apogee of its flight, allowing passengers to experience the profound quietude of space in a free-floating capsule. It also quietly distinguishes itself by going higher than Spaceship Two, crossing the Kármán line to a height of around 107 kilometers, reaching a slightly deeper embrace of the cosmos a few kilometers further into the boundless. And it travels much faster, transforming the experience into a swift yet profound cosmic dash, a brief, intense encounter with the void. The whole trip from takeoff to landing will only last about 11 minutes, a compact burst of wonder, a stark contrast to Virgin Galactic's 2 hours. Although it will no doubt carry a similar price tag for tickets, a quiet whisper of luxury. For the few, Bezos is already looking ahead, his gaze fixed on a more expansive future, a steady progress towards even grander cosmic ambitions. While 107 kilometers is proudly over the Kármán line, a recognized boundary of space, it is still far from true orbit, that sustained ballet around our home planet. Blue Origin's future goal, a quiet promise whispered into the void, is to get their next rocket aptly named New Glenn, after another astronaut John Glenn into orbit, a significant leap towards broader space access and longer duration missions. And as for the project after that, well, the name itself, New Armstrong, speaks volumes, hinting at even greater ambitions. It is clear that Blue Origin intends to quietly make its way to the moon, a lunar aspiration that aligns perfectly with Bezos's stated objectives to gently pave the way for industry to more accessibly get into space, making it a more routine, less extraordinary place for human endeavor. Although he doesn't expect to see it in his lifetime, a humble acknowledgement of the vast timescales involved, Bezos has softly articulated his vision that much of Earth's heavy industry will one day be done in space, a quiet migration of manufacturing from our precious planet to the vast cold vacuum, freeing Earth from its industrial burdens and preserving its natural beauty. Our last billionaire, however, has his eyes on an even further goal, a destination that extends beyond the familiar cosmic neighborhood, reaching for a truly interplanetary future. Elon Musk's company SpaceX stands a little different from the other two, a quiet giant pursuing a more expansive destiny with a focus on deep space colonization rather than just tourism. While Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin gently focus on space tourism, offering fleeting glimpses of the cosmos, SpaceX has been more steadfastly focused on commercial ventures since its founding in 2002. In the relatively short span of its existence, SpaceX has grown to quietly dominate the market, securing half of the contracts to launch satellites into space, a remarkable testament to its efficiency, reliability, and innovation. Part of its profound success in this area is due to the fact that its flagship rocket, the Falcon 9, is reusable. This reusability, this quiet act of returning to Earth for another flight and being refurbished for subsequent missions, drastically reduces the cost of launches, making the act of placing satellites and other cargo into orbit much cheaper and more accessible, democratizing access to space for many industries. The Falcon 9 is also a much larger vessel than New Shepard or Spaceship Two. While the latter two are roughly comparable at 18 meters in length, each slender reeds reaching for the sky, Falcon 9 is a towering 70 meters, a much larger instrument of cosmic ambition, capable of lifting substantial payloads. Its thrusters are powerful enough to gently get it into orbit, carrying a reusable cargo capsule named the Dragon. The first of these Dragons carried vital supplies up to the International Space Station, a quiet lifeline to our orbiting outpost, proving the system's reliability for cargo and eventually crew transport. The Falcon 9 is able to carry 5,500 kg of weight into orbit, a substantial payload for scientific instruments, commercial satellites, or even crew, or even more if they are willing to quietly sacrifice the reusability of the rocket, opting for a single, heavier lift. This profound ability to transport cargo reflects a possible future purpose of SpaceX to carry freight to Mars to establish the logistical backbone of an interplanetary civilization, laying the groundwork for human settlement. Elon Musk has always made it clear, with a quiet, unwavering conviction that borders on a spiritual quest, that he intends to one day see a colony on Mars. His vision stretches beyond mere visits towards a permanent human presence, a true expansion of our species. As early as 2001, his company conceptualized greenhouses that might grow plants. They're a quiet whisper of life blooming on alien soil, envisioning the self-sufficiency required for long-term habitation. Any such colony in its nascent stages will undoubtedly need a steady flow of supplies from Earth, particularly vital equipment and personnel meticulously transported across the vast, silent chasm of space. Any company with the large-scale capability to quietly transport heavy weights between Earth and Mars would stand to make a significant amount of money, becoming the silent arteries of an interplanetary economy connecting two worlds. In 2001, Musk attempted to buy rockets that might start the process of getting supplies to Mars, seeking to acquire the necessary tools for his grand vision from existing entities. But he quietly realized that it would ultimately be cheaper to create his own. This pragmatic insight, born from a deep understanding of engineering and economics, was the true genesis of SpaceX. Thanks to the remarkable success of SpaceX, which is now currently valued at well over $75 billion, Musk has gained the funds necessary to gently further his dream, transforming a personal aspiration into a powerful global enterprise. SpaceX is now diligently developing a new line of rocket known as Starship, the very vessel we've been contemplating the culmination of all their learned experience. They quietly hope this magnificent craft will be able to go to the moon and later be able to transport 100 tons to Mars before gracefully refueling there and flying back, a testament to profound efficiency and circularity, making the cycle of interplanetary travel sustainable. It will be an incredible achievement, a quiet triumph of engineering and vision, unlike anything seen before. And although it currently takes roughly 6 months to travel to Mars, a long, patient journey by conventional means, Starship will fundamentally make the red planet far more accessible to humankind, turning a distant dream into a tangible, achievable goal for a much larger segment of the population. Space tourism, lunar landings, orbiting facilities, refueling stations, shipping to Mars. These are all the stated objectives, the quiet aspirations of the commercial interests now gazing intently at space. Each represents a different facet of humanity's expansion into the cosmos. And although they're still a long way from achieving some of those goals, their dreams stretching far beyond current capabilities and into the distant future, the very fact that they are making the profound progress, they are pushing the boundaries with each quiet launch and each innovative design, makes those future goals seem all the more plausible. This is why billionaires traveling into the edges of space in their own rockets is so exciting. It not only marks the beginning of an age where trips for the average person traveling to another planet could one day be real, a gentle democratization of the cosmos, but it could lead the way for humanity, truly being an interplanetary species spreading our roots beyond our home planet. Now, I know these companies have their controversies, their quiet shadows, their ethical questions that I avoided in this gentle exploration, choosing instead to focus on the technological marvels. However, what company seems the most promising to you? What quiet hum of innovation resonates most deeply in your imagination? Perhaps there's a company I didn't mention that has real potential too, a hidden gem yet to fully bloom. Do you think it's good for there to be healthy competition in this industry, a quiet race towards the stars that ultimately benefits all? Let me know what you think in the comments below. Share your quiet contemplations and let your thoughts drift through the cosmic possibilities. The quiet allure of Mars, a world blushing red in our night sky, has for centuries sparked the gentle embers of human imagination. Ever since humanity first realized that this neighboring sphere held a surprising number of similarities to our own blue marble, our collective imagination has run wild about the prospect of life there, not just microbial whispers, but the profound possibility of experiencing our own lives there, of weaving the tapestry of human existence onto alien soil. Can we, as a species, truly colonize Mars? And if so, how would we embark upon such a monumental undertaking? What quiet steps would we take to make it a reality? There seems to be more and more talk in the media about this subject, a growing hum of anticipation. But are we truly at a technological level where we could create a permanent settlement on Mars? Or is it still a far-off dream? A beautiful, unreachable star? I'm Alex Mullen, and as you watch Astrum, we will embark on a quiet, contemplative journey together, gently exploring the profound prospect of having a human colony on the red planet. Today's video is a collaboration with Rafa from our Spanish channel. If you are a Spanish speaker, be sure to check out his channel here or through the link in the description to explore these ideas in another language. As you may already know, Mars has been the quiet subject of several robotic exploration missions over the years. Silent ambassadors sent from Earth to whisper secrets back to us. Think of the legendary Curiosity and Opportunity rovers, those tireless wheeled explorers that braved the Martian sands for years, far beyond their expected lifespans. The long solitary journeys they undertook and the remarkable things they discovered, the quiet evidence of ancient water, the subtle hints of a habitable past, have helped to gently spur a collective interest about the future prospects of Mars. Indeed, there is now so much interest in Mars that private companies have been created to promote its colonization. Quiet ventures fueled by passionate individuals such as the Mars Society and Mars One each, with their own vision of humanity's future among the stars. All this fascination is profoundly understandable, for our neighboring planet possesses a series of characteristics that make it surprisingly similar to our home, almost like a distant, intriguing cousin. It is perhaps, most compellingly, the closest celestial body where life could have existed in the past, a silent hope that echoes through its ancient canyons. This notion, this gentle whisper of ancient life, has been around since as early as the 19th century, when astronomers gazing through their nascent telescopes began to attribute the intricate geology of Mars to the handiwork of a Martian civilization. This wasn't a crazy assumption, given the limited technology we had at the time and the vivid imagination that filled the gaps in our knowledge. A newspaper article from the New York Times in 1911 even spent time quietly discussing the subject, treating it not as pure fantasy, but as a plausible, if unconfirmed, possibility. However, more recently, the idea of life on Mars is getting more proponents again, a renewed hum of scientific curiosity. Even NASA, with its quiet, methodical approach, now believes that there is something to be found. The main objective of the Perseverance rover, that tireless explorer currently roving across the Martian surface, is precisely to find evidence of life there, searching for biosignatures in the ancient lake beds. This is profoundly significant because apart from the Viking program in the 70s, most other missions didn't have any direct means of searching for biological life. Rather, they focused on the past prospects of habitability on Mars, quietly searching for signs of ancient liquid oceans and environments that could have supported life, but not necessarily for direct evidence of microbes themselves. All these missions, like diligent builders, have been gently laying the foundation for what is coming up, preparing the scientific and technological groundwork. Now, numerous space agencies and companies have their eyes set on putting human colonies on Mars, a shared, profound ambition. But how would these courageous colonists actually get there? And once arrived, how would they survive the immense journey itself, let alone the challenges of an alien world? The journey itself to Mars would take about 3 months with the most optimal launch conditions, a precise alignment of the planets that offers the shortest path, like a narrow celestial window opening briefly. This doesn't seem too excessive, perhaps akin to a long voyage on a cruise ship, a leisurely crossing of Earth's oceans. But the profound difference lies in what lies beyond. You would spend at least 3 months outside the safety of Earth's magnetic field, that invisible comforting shield that protects our home planet from the harsh realities of space. Out here in the raw embrace of the cosmos, you are profoundly exposed to the solar wind and cosmic radiation, silent, invisible streams of high-energy particles that can penetrate deeply into living tissue. Prolonged exposure to this kind of radiation can subtly, yet devastatingly, cause astronauts to develop cancer and even symptoms of Alzheimer's before they even reach Mars, a cruel twist of fate for the pioneering spirit. It is a silent, insidious enemy that whispers dangers to our very cells. Fortunately, there are some thoughtful ideas about how to gently protect against this invisible menace. The astronauts could be shielded using materials in the ship's construction that are rich in hydrogen, a versatile element known for its ability to block radiation. In fact, one elegant solution suggests that the very cabin could be surrounded by a water tank in the walls, turning a vital resource into a protective barrier water, being profoundly rich in hydrogen. Another option, a more ambitious whisper of future technology, is to create a magnetic field around the spacecraft, mimicking Earth's own protective embrace. But this requires generating a huge amount of energy from a reactor small enough to fit on the ship. Something we don't have the technology to do safely. Just yet, a quiet challenge for future innovators. In addition, the further away from Earth you travel, the longer the time delay gets with communications, a quiet stretching of the invisible umbilical cord that connects us to home. We take it for granted that on Earth, if you phone someone on the other side of the planet, you might only get a split-second time delay, a barely perceptible pause. But at these astronomical distances, even with the incredible speed of light, it's profoundly slow for real-time interaction. On Mars itself, the distance to Earth means the transmissions will be delayed by anything between 3 to 22 minutes, depending on the planet's alignment. This is only one way. So accounting for the return transmission, the minimum delay is 6 minutes, making a normal phone conversation highly impractical, a broken rhythm of communication. Text, audio, and video messages are possible, certainly allowing for delayed conversations. But Martian settlers will have to fend for themselves if they need to make any immediate decisions, especially in cases of emergencies or equipment failures, making remote operations or assistance in real time utterly unfeasible. They must become, in a profound sense, masters of their own destiny, relying on their own quiet judgment and ingenuity. But let's imagine that all these difficulties are quietly overcome, that the shields hold, and the communication delays become a familiar rhythm woven into the fabric of daily life. The brave colonists, having endured the long journey, finally reach Mars. So then a gentle question arises: where would they settle? What quiet corner of this red world would become humanity's first alien home? At the moment, there is no one favorite candidate, no single whisper of a perfect spot. The North Pole is a distinct possibility due to the presence of water ice in the chairs, their vast swirling deposits that promise a vital resource. Another intriguing option, like a quiet invitation, is the 81 kilometers wide Korolev crater, as it's also filled with water ice, a massive natural reservoir of the precious liquid. The atmosphere on Mars isn't thick enough for liquid water to pool on the surface for any lengthy period of time, as it would quickly sublimate into the thin air. However, pockets of water locked up in ice can be found at the bottom of craters where it is cold enough to remain frozen, shielded from the sun or nestled beneath a thin layer of dust. On Mars, there is also the profound possibility of settling near underground water deposits found in permafrost under the crust. Studies based on data from a combination of Mars orbiters have quietly revealed and meticulously mapped out locations for water under the ground all across the planet. Although more difficult to extract than surface ice, requiring deeper drilling and more complex processes, it could open the door to colonies in more equatorial latitudes, regions that are much warmer, where solar panels for energy production would be much more effective, bathing the settlement in abundant sunlight. Mission planners would probably try to combine this finding with a location in the northern hemisphere, where the ground elevation there is much lower, meaning the atmosphere is thicker, a quieter embrace that's perfect for slowing and landing a spacecraft safely and gently. Another vital consideration when looking for a settlement location is to quietly see if there are lava tubes nearby. Imagine them not as mere geological formations, but as natural subterranean shelters. A lava tube is basically a long cave that formed when molten magma flowed through it, then since emptied, resulting in fairly uniform tunnels like giant silent arteries within the planet. We see many examples of these on Earth and on Mars. They could even be large enough to house buildings inside, providing natural protection from radiation and dust storms. While lava tubes and caves have been identified on Mars, Suitable candidates will also need to consider what we mentioned before: the elevation of the location and the prospects of nearby water, ensuring all vital resources are within reach. Once a site has been chosen, a quiet consensus reached among the planners, missions can begin to make the area suitable for a human habitat. This is not a task for a single ship. Not everything colonists could possibly need would fit in one spaceship to Mars, so several Forerunner missions will have to take place preceding the human arrival, laying the foundations autonomously for what the colonists will need. These are the silent, diligent builders preparing the ground for future life. There have been several architectural competitions to find the best design for long-lasting habitats. A quiet flurry of innovative ideas, each seeking to solve the complex puzzle of alien living. Although there is no single model that is said to be definitive yet, there are a wide variety of proposals, from creating habitats using ice, a frozen shelter from the elements, to habitats built with the design structure of fungi, echoing the quiet resilience of nature. However, the majority of the suggestions, with their pragmatic wisdom, utilize the regolith found all over the surface of Mars to build a habitat using 3D printing techniques through autonomous robots. Imagine the quiet whir of these machines diligently constructing shelter from the very ground beneath their treads. Unfortunately, robots like these don't exist yet in the fully autonomous large-scale capacity required, so they have to be developed before this idea even becomes a possibility, a quiet challenge for our current technological ingenuity. But basically, this concept requires excavating material from the surface, the raw Martian soil, which would then be processed and mixed with water ice into something similar to concrete. The structure is then 3D printed layer by layer by the autonomous robots patiently building up the walls of the future home. Robotic assistance and artificial intelligence will be invaluable in preparing the habitat for the colonists' arrival, doing the heavy, monotonous work. Doing it by hand once they are there would be an impossible task, since astronauts are confined to their suits, especially for things requiring hard and prolonged manual labor in an unforgiving environment. Once the 3D printed habitat is complete, its quiet strength tested, it needs to support the weight of additional regolith. These habitats must efficiently protect the inhabitants from radiation, a silent, pervasive threat in the cosmos. So in the final phase of many of these proposals, they recommend covering the habitat with more regolith simply by shoveling it on top, creating a thick protective blanket of Martian soil. This is because Mars does not have a magnetic field like Earth, so radiation is a big problem on the surface too, directly bombarding any unprotected structures. So the more material there is between the sun and the colonists, the better they will be protected from its harsh radiation, ensuring their long-term health and safety in their new home. Once the habitats are suitably prepared for humans, their quiet integrity assured, the colonists can begin to arrive, stepping onto the red soil with a mixture of profound awe and purposeful determination. Even with the help of the autonomous robots that have laid the groundwork, they still have a lot to do. They must connect up power, bringing the silent hum of electricity to their new home. They must set up equipment, meticulously assembling the complex systems that will sustain them. They must just generally get the site up and running, transforming a raw outpost into a functioning living community. While this demanding work is going on, they will probably have to reside in temporary habitats, perhaps their own ship that they arrived with, or maybe inflatable habitats that offer quick, expandable shelter. In any case, these temporary dwellings would not be very spacious and would only provide the basics for survival, a transient haven, before the permanent sets in. When the permanent habitats are ready, their quiet strength tested and assured, they will need to be pressurized, filled with the very breath of life. One methodical approach for creating breathable air is acquiring oxygen through electrolysis, the silent splitting of water into its constituent elements and then mixing it with nitrogen carefully controlled to create a breathable atmosphere. Electrolysis has the added quiet benefit of generating hydrogen, which can then be refined into hydrogen, as fuel a precious resource for mobility and power. Once generated, this pressurized environment can easily be sustained through air recycling systems, a closed loop of vital gases, something that is already being used effectively by the International Space Station, a testament to its proven reliability. Another method to get oxygen is from the carbon dioxide already in the atmosphere, a plentiful resource on Mars. That's why the Perseverance rover also incorporates the MOXIE module, an experiment designed to see if this conversion is possible, a quiet test of future self-sufficiency. However, for all these tasks, substantial energy production is needed, a constant, unwavering flow of power to keep the colony alive. One obvious source of energy is solar panels on Mars. Imagine them silently soaking up the pale Martian sunlight. However, solar production is only about 40% of what you would get with the same solar panels on Earth, simply because Mars is further away from the sun and receives less light, a quiet trade-off for its greater distance. So it's a source that is helpful only half the time due to the day and night cycle, a rhythmic ebb and flow of power. Not to mention the sandstorms that sweep across the planet from time to time, vast silent tempests that have ruined solar-paneled Mars missions in the past, burying the panels in dust and cutting off their power. So this by itself isn't reliable enough for a colony too susceptible to the whims of the alien weather. Another option, a more distant whisper of future technology, is to send a not yet invented small nuclear reactor, which will guarantee a more stable continuous energy source immune to the Martian night or dust storms. Obviously, the best solution incorporates a hybrid of both combining the constant hum of nuclear power with the daily supplement of solar, along with reliable batteries to store power in the event of power outages or emergencies, ensuring a quiet, unbroken supply of energy. The settlers would also need to consider the quiet yet profound need to produce and purify water for consumption and other purposes. Ideally, they will be able to generate 5 liters per settler per day, a precise calculation for vital hydration and hygiene. This shouldn't be too much of a problem, because we know where to find water already on Mars in the form of water ice, a frozen treasure waiting to be unlocked. Additionally, the colonies should also incorporate water recycling systems to minimize water waste, a closed loop of precious liquid, mirroring the efficiency on Starship. This technology, again, is already used effectively on the International Space Station, a proven method for sustainable living. The production of water is as simple as extracting the ice, cooking it in an oven until it evaporates, condensing it into liquid water, and filtering it again using ceramic and carbon filters, a meticulous process of transformation. With these steps combined, we have all the ingredients necessary to create a habitat suitable for life, an enclosed, protected environment, with a steady production of oxygen and water from there. Once these fundamental systems are in place, humming with quiet efficiency, the colonists can focus on a profound and deeply human act, growing plants for consumption. This isn't just about sustenance. It's about connecting to life, about cultivating a piece of home on alien soil. But there is a big obstacle to overcome first, a silent challenge from the very ground beneath their feet. Although there is soil in the form of regolith on Mars, it has to be treated in order to be fertile. This Martian regolith contains perchlorates, which are toxic for human consumption in large quantities, a silent poison in the alien dirt. So it first has to be washed out with water, a cleansing ritual to make it safe. Once cleansed of toxic substances, the regolith needs to be treated with fertilizers. And even after this, the soil must be mixed with organic matter so that it has the ideal texture for seeds to sprout a gentle nurturing of the alien ground. A study already shows that it should be possible to grow plants on Mars and the Moon, and in fact, I already made a video about that, exploring the quiet potential of lunar and Martian agriculture. But there is another option, a different kind of quiet garden aquaponics. This involves the growing of plants in direct contact with water in a closed cycle, a delicate dance between aquaculture and hydroponics. In this environment, There is a fish pond, which is responsible for delivering nitrates to the water. With fish feces, a natural symbiotic relationship. Tilapia are the most widely used fish for these closed systems, as they feed on almost anything and survive well in murky water, making them remarkably resilient. They are also edible, so they could be an important source of protein for the colonists, adding a vital element to their diet. Human feces and other waste could also be used as fertilizer. Since in these colonies, every resource will have to be reused, a profound commitment to sustainability. So just like with the energy production, perhaps, it would be wisest to use both systems, aquaponics and regolith gardening, a hybrid approach to food production, maximizing variety and resilience. In any case, these farms will consume a lot of energy in the form of light bathing the plants in artificial sun, and they would need daily maintenance by the colonists, a constant, gentle tending of their living environment. With all these systems meticulously integrated, the colony would be self-sufficient, a thriving independent outpost on the red planet. However, it would not be an easy life. Imagine the profound psychological demands, confined to a small space, living within the gleaming walls of their habitat, stuck with the same people, day after day, week after week. They would often be eating the same things, a culinary monotony, in stark contrast to Earth's bounty, and facing a constant stream of tasks and stress, the relentless demands of pioneering. The psychological demands would be very taxing, even on the strongest mental fortitude. Even on Earth, we have some very remote and lonely places where people live, for instance, scientists in Antarctica, or submarine crews isolated from the wider world. These groups undergo regular psychological checks to protect their mental health and well-being. And even in these situations, people there know that they can always be sent back home, a comforting safety net. But colonists on Mars are in a profound sense trapped. There's no immediate turning back, no quick escape if challenges become overwhelming. So only individuals with a strong mental fortitude could persevere in such a unique crucible of existence. In addition, there is an array of health problems associated with low gravity. The zero-gravity experiment with the Kelly twins on the ISS brought up serious health issues that include loss of muscle and bone mass, vision problems, poor fluid distribution, a loss of balance, sense, spine, misalignment, cardiovascular problems, and a weaker immune system. While we don't know exactly how the human body will cope in a low-gravity environment for extended periods on Mars, where gravity is about 1/3 of Earth's settlers, may struggle with some of these issues too. To counteract the risks, the settlers will have to do a lot of exercise, which further lengthens their working hours, a constant dedication to maintaining their physical being. NASA has even gone as far as to consider genetic modifications for the astronauts who embark on long-stay missions to combat the dangers of radiation and microgravity, among others. This could even be plausible with current technology, though a lot of controversy on the moral limits of such manipulation arises, a quiet ethical debate for humanity to grapple with. Still, even with all these considerations, despite the profound challenges, there's no shortage of volunteers wanting to go. Every time there's been an opportunity, agencies and companies have received a barrage of applications from hopeful candidates, a testament to the enduring human spirit of exploration. These colonies, these fragile seeds of a new civilization, will ultimately depend on how technology evolves here on Earth. Although at the moment, it seems that we already have a lot, but not all of what is necessary to create bases outside of Earth. As more countries and companies set their sights on space with their quiet ambitions growing ever louder, it may make you wonder, what's the end goal? Do we simply want to be a spacefaring species, exploring the solar system for the betterment of humanity, driven by pure curiosity? Or do people smell profit in space, a new frontier for economic gain? While researching this video, I found out a lot of eye-opening reasons why mining in space, and especially on our moon, might well be something that we see happening in the next couple of decades, a quiet revolution in resource acquisition. Why? Well, just wait until you find out what's actually there to be mined. The first substance that often whispers its name from the celestial bodies is known as helium-3. You may have heard of helium-3 in sci-fi stories, those imaginative tales of future technologies, as theories gently suggest it is the ideal substance for a clean type of nuclear reactor. Imagine a power source that hums with quiet efficiency, producing immense energy with no radiation as a dangerous byproduct and leaving behind no hazardous waste. It also finds quiet uses in the delicate fields of medicine and in radiation detectors, proving its versatility beyond just power generation. However, here on Earth, it is remarkably rare. It does occur naturally, a faint whisper from the deep, and can be found in deposits of natural gas, for instance. But it's generally not economically viable to extract. Even in natural gas, it exists at only around 100 parts per billion. To illustrate this quiet scarcity, let's say we had a vast, almost unimaginable volume of natural gas, 1 billion cubic meters. From that immense quantity, you'd only be able to extract around 15 kilos of helium-3. A lot of the time, that's simply not economically viable, the cost of extraction far outweighing the yield. We can also produce helium-3 as a byproduct of the radioactive decay of tritium, a process that occurs in certain nuclear reactions. The quiet problem with that, though, is that tritium is a crucial component of nuclear weapons. And so, when the world with a collective sigh of relief quietly slowed down the production of nuclear weapons, the readily available stockpiles of helium-3 also began to diminish. Assuming we don't, for obvious reasons, wish for more tritium in the world, it means we need to find another source of helium-3, especially if technology quietly improves enough for helium-3 reactors to become a reality, offering a clean, abundant energy future. Fortunately, a solution quietly orbits our very own planet. We have a world, our moon, that has been gently bombarded by helium-3 for billions of years, thanks to the silent, persistent breath of the sun. Earth's powerful magnetic field, that invisible shield, gracefully deflects helium-3, traveling with the solar wind around the planet, protecting us from its gentle, constant stream. Whereas the moon, with no magnetic field for protection, simply absorbs it in the top layer of the ground, called regolith, a fine, powdery dust that covers its surface. We aren't talking huge quantities, certainly. The moon's regolith has at most 50 parts per billion of helium-3, a very faint presence. But because it's all over the moon, not just in tiny isolated pockets, it can be collected alongside any other mining operation, making its extraction more viable as a byproduct. It could also, in a profound twist, be used to power reactors on the moon itself, a quiet source of energy that would help a moon base become truly self-sufficient, a beacon of independence in the cosmos. Some people with quiet skepticism think that helium-3 mining on the moon will not be viable given its scarcity. However, China quietly states that eventually mining helium-3 is one of the primary goals of their Chinese lunar exploration program, a long-term vision for lunar resource utilization. American, European, and Indian scientists have all stated it is something they will consider further, a shared contemplation of its potential, and Russia is conducting a feasibility study on this right now, a quiet assessment of its viability. Even private companies are eyeing up the possibility, drawn by the quiet promise of energy independence, because the parts per billion of helium-3 are relatively low. Even in the moon's regolith, it would make sense that whoever was mining for helium-3 would also be mining for something else in the regolith, at the same time making the operation more economically sound. But what else then can be found in that ancient silent dust? As it happens, the lunar regolith is packed with different materials, a treasure trove hidden in plain sight, scattered across the moon's ancient surface. Imagine looking at a false color mosaic of the moon, each gentle hue indicating different deposits of minerals found on the lunar surface, a silent map of its hidden riches. There are plenty of metals to be found on the moon in large quantities, promising the raw materials for a future lunar industry. These include familiar names like iron, titanium, aluminum, silicon, calcium, and magnesium, the very building blocks of our terrestrial civilization. Some of these metals are quietly locked into hard-to-access minerals and oxides, requiring sophisticated processing. However, the very act of separating the metals will often also produce useful byproducts like oxygen and hydrogen, a profound synergy of extraction. These elements, though super basic and not rare on Earth at all, are precious on the Moon. Unlocking them there on the Moon itself will allow for a colony to be self-sustaining. Oxygen means breathable air, a vital life-giving breath in the vacuum. Hydrogen can be quietly converted to fuel, providing the energy for mobility and operations, and combining the two will produce water, the most fundamental elixir of life. Beyond the extracted elements, the unprocessed regolith could also prove profoundly useful. Imagine it not just as inert dust, but as a raw material for construction. It could potentially be turned into lunar concrete, a vital building material for infrastructure on the Moon, eliminating the colossal cost and complexity of having to transport such materials from Earth. Think of vast, silently printed structures rising from the lunar dust built from the Moon itself. Glass could also easily be produced from lunar regolith, offering transparent windows and vital optical components. And as I mentioned in a previous video, while it's not super ideal, some plants can quietly grow in lunar regolith, offering a glimmer of hope for cultivating a piece of home on the Moon, helping any lunar base to be self-sufficient in growing its own food, short of using advanced hydroponics. But perhaps the most important resource found on the Moon, a true game changer, are ironically enough metals, known as rare earths. This category, often misunderstood, consists of a specific section of the periodic table, a family of elements with unique properties. Interestingly, rare earths, despite their name, are not actually super rare on Earth in terms of overall abundance. However, the difficulty in mining them, the quiet challenge they present, is that they have not really collected into large concentrated deposits. Rather, they are dispersed throughout the Earth's crust, like tiny scattered jewels, making them exceptionally hard to mine economically on Earth. And adding to the complexity, there are only a few countries worldwide that have deposits large enough to do anything about it on a commercial scale. Even then, most countries don't bother at all because of the massive environmental and human damages that come from the pollution of mining them, a heavy price exacted on our planet. The only country that did not waver from these problems, pressing forward with quiet determination, is China. As China has around 30% of the planet's rare earth supply, and because it is one of the only countries mining for them, they have a remarkable 95% control of the market. Imagine the profound geopolitical leverage this quiet control bestows. However, just as a side note, one of its big mines was actually found in Myanmar, and with the military coup that just took place there might have been a quiet shift in that mine's control, a subtle ripple in the global supply chain. In any case, 95% control of the market puts China in a powerful position worldwide, especially seeing as these minerals are so valuable to our society, being crucial components of various electronics and batteries. Because of the massive push recently to switch to electric vehicles with their huge battery packs, the demand for these materials will only increase a quiet growing hunger for cosmic resources. So it's worthwhile quietly considering where the minerals building these batteries might come from. Are countries with somewhat sizable deposits, like the US, Canada, Australia, and South Africa, going to start digging up their backyard to extract them, facing the same environmental challenges? Or rather than pollute the Earth further in our attempt to go green, is it actually more feasible to get these rare earths off the Moon? Instead, rare earths aren't any more common on the Moon than on Earth in terms of concentration. However, some deposits have already been identified, a quiet promise of accessible riches. And crucially, pollution on the Moon would certainly not have any of the devastating environmental and human consequences attached to doing it here, a profound difference in ecological impact. As demand for these elements inevitably goes up in the coming decades, a quiet, insistent pressure, it could well be, that mining for them on the Moon becomes economically viable, a practical necessity, rather than a distant dream. And not only that, But a control on the market means control of the market price, and whichever country is in control will have a tremendous advantage, a quiet wielding of economic power. Will it be China maintaining their position? Or will some of the other spacefaring countries and companies want a piece of the pie? Only time will quietly tell. Which leads on to another curious question. A legal whisper in the cosmic void who actually has mining rights on the moon? Well, it's a bit unclear, a landscape of legal ambiguity. The main space treaty, which most countries in the world have signed up to, is called the Outer Space Treaty, and it covers things like disallowing weapons of mass destruction in space, disallowing military bases in space, and disallowing claiming any celestial body as national territory. However, it doesn't really cover mining a quiet oversight from a time when such endeavors seemed purely fantastical. Other treaties have been put forward which would cover mining in space, attempting to fill this legal vacuum. But so far, only non-spacefaring countries have signed up for it, those without the immediate capabilities to embark on such ventures. Right now, in this quiet, unregulated space, it could just be a matter of first come first served a powerful incentive for those with the technology and ambition. So there we have it, a quiet look into the future of what may occur on the surface of the moon. What do you think? Can mining on the moon ever be worthwhile? Or is it an expensive, dangerous pipe dream? A whisper of ambition too grand to achieve? I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Share your quiet contemplations on this cosmic future. What is a human? A question that has quietly echoed through the halls of philosophy, whispered across generations. We come in all shapes and sizes, a beautiful tapestry of diversity, in countless colors and genders, reflecting the myriad expressions of life on Earth. And yet, for all our apparent differences, we still find it fairly simple to identify in our heads. Yes, that's a human, or no, that's not. This intuitive recognition, this silent understanding of shared being, has remained a constant throughout our history. But this quiet certainty might not always be quite so easy to hold on to. While humans have remained fairly consistent in their fundamental biological form over the last 10,000 years, a period of remarkable stability, there are advances in the works that might make things a little murkier, gently blurring the lines of what defines us. We are in a profound and quiet sense on the cusp of a technical revolution that might redefine what makes us us, fundamentally altering our understanding of humanity. That technology quietly emerging from the silent labs of scientific inquiry is gene editing, and it is no longer the exclusive domain of science fiction. It is here. Indeed, with a quiet urgency, NASA is already looking into using it on astronauts, and for very good reason. It is likely an unavoidable necessity if we want to settle on other planets, a profound adaptation demanded by the harsh realities of the cosmos. Why is that, you might softly ask? And what are the long-term implications if we gently allow this genie out of its bottle, if we begin to intentionally reshape the very blueprint of life? And perhaps most importantly, what will it mean to be human? 1,000 years from now, when our journey through the stars has perhaps irrevocably altered our very being. I'm Alex Mullen, and as you watch Astrum, we will attempt to find out, gently exploring these profound questions in the quiet stillness of the night. There is a pernicious obstacle out there for any would-be spacefarer, a silent, pervasive enemy that permeates the cosmic void. It is one you've likely heard of, perhaps, as a distant whisper in scientific documentaries, but perhaps you've not fully realized how serious it was beyond the protective shroud of our planet's magnetosphere. Radiation is a big deal. Even on Earth, we cannot entirely avoid radiation. We are subjected to small, gentle doses of it every year, just from the rocks that make up the planet, a faint hum from the very ground beneath our feet, and the tiny amount of cosmic radiation that seeps into our atmosphere. There is no truly safe amount of it in an absolute sense, but the tiny dose of roughly 3 millisieverts MSV a year is usually no bother to us. A single millisievert, for a quiet comparison, is the equivalent of about 3 chest X-rays. So, as these small doses are spread out over the year, it gives our body time to recover from any subtle damage such radiation causes performing quiet cellular repairs. But once you start leaving the Earth's magnetosphere, that invisible, life-sustaining shield, the radiation dosage goes up dramatically, a silent, relentless bombardment. Merely standing on the moon, exposed to the unfiltered cosmic rays, increases your dosage 200 times. Solar particles ejected from the sun, those fiery exhales of our star and persistent background cosmic radiation from beyond our solar system, silently slice through any unprotected astronaut's body up there, delivering energy that causes damage to their DNA. This damage can quietly lead to short-term acute symptoms like fever, nausea, and vomiting, immediate visceral reminders of the invisible threat. And more profoundly, it can lead to long-term health problems like cancer and sterility, a silent, insidious threat to future generations. This is problematic enough that most space agencies with quiet pragmatism put a lifelong cap on how much radiation an astronaut can receive before they're permanently grounded, a threshold often around 1,000 and Once you've been exposed to that much radiation, your career as a spacefarer is with quiet finality over. But problematically, even with all the shielding that humans can muster with all the ingenious designs and protective materials, it is currently estimated that the round trip to and from Mars will give you a dosage as high as 1/200 In other words, a completely fresh astronaut venturing out for their first great interplanetary journey will be able to make one trip to Mars, and their career will be permanently over a quiet, bittersweet end to their cosmic dreams. And that's just Mars, our nearest planetary neighbor. If ever humans want to colonize other places in the solar system, such as the icy moon Europa, known for its vast subsurface ocean, they would face an astonishing 5,500 MSV in just a single day. At that devastating level, their odds of dying in the next 30 days is 50%, a terrifying gamble against the silent forces of the cosmos. Yet despite these profound dangers, it will in a quiet and almost inevitable sense be necessary to leave Earth. While it may seem a long way away beyond the immediate worries of our daily lives, in a mere 6 billion years from now, our sun will become a red giant. At that point, it will expand and gently engulf the inner planets of the solar system, a fiery, inescapable embrace. Every species on the planet at that time, every single work that we humans have painstakingly created, every city, every artwork, every memory will be gone forever, consumed in a raging inferno. Unless, that is, we've spread out quietly, establishing ourselves in places where our sun's berserk fury can't reach us, venturing to the outer system or even beyond. And that's not even to mention the fact that a planet-ending asteroid could quietly hit us, delivering a dinosaur-level extinction event long before that distant solar cataclysm. Statistically speaking, we're actually overdue this next one, a quiet ticking clock in the cosmic lottery. So going to space, spreading our presence, seems advisable, a wise, long-term survival strategy. If we have colonies on more than one planet, it profoundly reduces the risk of an asteroid taking us all out, mitigating the cosmic equivalent of not putting all our eggs in one basket. This profound necessity is precisely why, on the 13th of August 2021, NASA announced that it had completed a successful test of genome editing aboard the International Space Station. It was a quiet, yet monumental step. It should be noted that there are different levels of gene editing, a nuanced spectrum of intervention. The test done by NASA was a delicate, precise operation to break the DNA of yeast, remove a section, and then replace it with a sequence of healthy yeast DNA through a technique known as CRISPR. Imagine it as a meticulous cellular repair kit capable of precise surgical alterations. As radiation causes damage to DNA, being able to gently remove segments and replace them with healthy segments is a convenient genetic maintenance, the biological equivalent of replacing a puncture on a tire, ensuring the integrity of the vehicle. This capacity alone would already be incredibly useful to astronauts traveling through space, as it would allow them to quietly repair ongoing damage to their DNA. By constantly replacing damaged parts of it, a continuous process of cellular renewal, extending their resilience in the face of cosmic radiation. But genetic editing and the revolutionary CRISPR technique can go one step further, venturing into realms that once belonged purely to the imaginative whispers of science fiction. There is nothing to say that the replacement DNA has to be the same as the original. Imagine the quiet power of choosing, of designing. CRISPR has been used successfully to implant totally new genes into test subjects, giving them desirable traits according to the gene editor's aims, a profound shift from repair to enhancement. For instance, genetic diseases like sickle cell anemia result in low levels of hemoglobin in the blood, causing profound suffering. CRISPR allows these harmful genes to be gently removed from a cell and replaced with a healthier version that does produce the needed hemoglobin. Trials are already underway with encouraging success, offering a quiet promise of a future free from certain inherited afflictions. But it doesn't stop there, not when the imagination is allowed to gently explore the boundaries of possibility. CRISPR can quietly borrow genes from entirely different species, weaving together the wisdom of diverse life forms. Tardigrades, those microscopic little animals often called water bears, are true marvels of resilience. Their claim to fame is that they are profoundly resilient to all sorts of harsh environments. They can survive radiation desiccation, being completely dehydrated, and have even survived the harshness of space itself, drifting unprotected in the vacuum. That radiation resistance is particularly interesting to us, a beacon of hope for future spacefarers. It is the quiet result of a protein they produce called DEAT. In 2015, geneticists successfully edited the gene that produced DEE from a tardigrade cell into a culture of human cells. And incredibly, with a silent gasp of wonder, the human cells became 40% more resistant to radiation. This technology you see is here not a distant dream, but a tangible reality, and is already quite accurate and versatile, capable of precise intentional intervention. Of course, there is still a lot to learn about the human genome, a vast, complex library of information. It turns out that the simple one gene, one trait model is far too simplistic, a gentle oversimplification of a profound complexity. One gene can do several things. A subtle symphony of functions and editing. One can have unexpected ripple effects, quiet knock-on effects throughout the body. As such, any introduction of tardigrade cells into humans must be done slowly and cautiously, with meticulous observation and profound ethical consideration. But it does seem likely that over time, scientists will understand what each gene does, how it interacts with the broader system, and how to balance the pros and cons of gene editing, turning complexity into quiet mastery, which raises a profound ethical dilemma just because we learn how to. And it's entirely possible that we as a species will master how to do this. Should we? That's not really for me to answer tonight. It's a question that each heart and mind must grapple with in its own quiet way. But I will gently point out that this is already going on. Aside from the ability, genetic modification is giving us to cure genetic diseases or to repair damaged DNA, which I imagine most people would be fairly okay with. Even genetically modified designer babies have been carried to full term, a quiet, unsettling glimpse into the future. A Chinese doctor in 2018 announced to the world the birth of two gene-edited babies, Lulu and Nana. The two children had been engineered before birth to be resistant to the strain of HIV, a profound intervention. The only problem was the doctor had not told anyone that was what he had been doing. His work was shut down within days by the Chinese government, and in 2019 he was jailed. But to some respect, the genie is out of the bottle, the quiet power has been unleashed, and we have to start asking how we would like to see this technology applied, how we might guide its powerful currents. It may become necessary for anyone traveling to Mars or to the other planets in the solar system. to receive gene therapy conferring on them this resistance to radiation, a vital life-saving adaptation. And as the techniques for conferring genes from other species improves, specialized hybrid humans enhanced with the wisdom of the natural world might become more and more common, or even required in certain areas. While replacing the genes of every cell in our bodies is still a ways away, a profound and complex undertaking, there is a quiet possibility that it will one day happen. And if it does happen, what would that mean for us, for the very definition of humanity? Well, imagine the quiet adaptations want to settle on a warm or cold planet like Mercury or Pluto. Certain traits might be conferred from extremophiles, those resilient life forms that thrive in harsh environments, giving you resistance to extreme temperatures. There are many species of bacteria out there that survive perfectly well in icy conditions. It might be useful for any human settling out there to do the same, carrying the quiet resilience of terrestrial life into the cosmos. Speaking of Pluto, low-light environments might make it advantageous to either gain improved low-light vision, perhaps through larger, more sensitive eyes, or to gain traits like echolocation, like the precise sonar-like abilities of dolphins or bats sensing the world through sound. 1,000 years into the future, this will very likely be possible, a silent unfolding of new senses. How about breathing underwater? We could take the DNA of aquatic creatures, those graceful dancers of the deep, and give humans gills that function efficiently, allowing us to draw oxygen directly from water. That might gently help overcrowding on Earth too, by allowing us to inhabit oceans, opening up vast new territories for human settlement, as well as allowing us to settle on any aquatic worlds we might one day find, expanding our presence to watery realms beyond our own. Want to travel on long voyages through space, those immense silent journeys between the stars? Even with faster rockets traveling to other stars, might take hundreds of years, a profound commitment of generations. It might be useful to be able to hibernate in such a condition, entering a state of suspended animation, conserving resources and slowing the passage of time, or to have more efficient energy intake systems, meaning you need less food, drawing more sustenance from less. One day, humans might even introduce chloroplasts into their skin, supplementing energy intake with photosynthesis, like plants do, drawing sustenance directly from starlight. Imagine the quiet enhancement of our senses and abilities. Electricians might gain the ability to sense electric fields, like the precise, almost mystical sense of hammerhead sharks, perceiving the world through unseen currents. Our senses might expand into other spectra of light, allowing us to see X-rays or infrared, perceiving heat signatures. Seeing heat might be incredibly useful in some lines of work, guiding our actions in the cold void. Seeing radiation might be handy if you're considering stepping outside into a solar storm, a visible warning of danger. Our ability to eat a varied diet might increase, allowing us to thrive on a wider range of resources. There are worms today that can eat plastic. Maybe we one day will be able to do the same, transforming waste into sustenance. Increased longevity, enhanced intelligence. The possibilities are endless, as extensive as the genetic catalog of any species that has ever existed and ever will exist, a vast library of life to draw upon. And even further, one day, we may get so proficient with genetic editing that scientists will write their own genes from scratch, granting traits as desired, designing life from the ground up. Christopher Mason, a geneticist and computational biologist who has worked with NASA on 7 projects, believes in his book, The Next 500 Years, that humans might one day customize their traits on the fly, a profound level of self-mastery. Given the methods described above, people could find themselves in a state where they decide with a quiet whim, I want to turn these genes on for tonight, perhaps for a specific task or a fleeting experience, or I want these genes active for summer, adapting to seasonal changes with biological precision. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Humans already adapt in many different ways through culture, technology, and slow evolution. But it does raise serious philosophical questions about what it means to be human. Our DNA would no longer define who we are in a static sense, as it would be under our direct control, a malleable blueprint. While initially, the technology would only be available to the rich, a quiet echo of earthly inequalities. 1,000 years from now, it could be so common and so well understood that it could be available to everyone, a profound democratization of biological engineering. Children could be given homework assignments on changing genes at school, integrating this profound knowledge into their very education. According to some theorists, what is a human? Is it our DNA? Our ability to communicate, is it what we look like? 1,000 years from now, humans might look more different from each other than ever, a kaleidoscope of new forms and functions. Will it bring a deeper segregation to our society than what we already have, creating new divides based on biological enhancement? What would the ethical and moral dilemmas be? Those quiet whispers of conscience when humanity wields such power. Genetic manipulation might even become a question of fashion and cosmetics, people giving themselves tails or wings for nothing more than the fun of it. For the sheer joy of aesthetic expression, it could be completely down to what they choose, a profound level of individual freedom. And once humans start spreading out across the stars, the subtle adaptations to diverse environments would cause them to become more and more diverse, culturally and even genetically. Our human race, that single familiar lineage, may split off into separate species altogether, a grand branching of the tree of life among the stars. So what do you think, would this be a future you recoil from, a quiet apprehension in your spirit? Or is it one that excites you, filling your mind with wonder and possibility? I'd love to see your discussions in the comments. Hear your quiet thoughts on this profound future. The quiet connections between seemingly disparate realms often hold the most profound insights. Have you ever wondered about the many surprising connections between the deepest parts of space and the deepest recesses of our ocean? Both are cold, dark places where humans cannot breathe, realms of alien beauty. In both, the pressure alone is enough to kill you, a silent, crushing force. Both subtly upset our normal experiences of gravity, providing explorers with a strange weightlessness in space, or a profound buoyancy, if one could somehow survive being there in the first place, allowing for a balletic grace. And most captivatingly, both contain many unsolved, breathtaking mysteries, vast unexplored territories of knowledge. Our oceans are filled with life we've never seen before, whispering secrets from the abyssal plains, and who can say what wonders, what forms of existence lurk in the unexplored corners of space. I was initially caught off guard, a quiet ripple of surprise, when I heard that NASA had turned its attention towards exploring the Hadal zones deep in the ocean. After all, NASA's very name, its profound mission normally evokes images of space, of rockets soaring skyward, of rovers on distant worlds. What then were they doing deep under the water here on Earth? It seemed at first glance a curious divergence. I'm Alex Molan, and as you watch Astrum, put on your diving gear, metaphorically speaking, and join me in a world of undersea facilities, uncanny life, and in an environment so hostile, we've mapped more of Mars than of this terrain on our own planet. It is a journey into the profound unknown hidden beneath the shimmering surface of our familiar world. In 1957, a year before NASA was founded, before the grand cosmic race truly began, a paper published by the Journal of the Royal Society of Arts quietly made a startling claim. It stated that the deep oceans cover over 2/3 of the surface of the world, an immense silent realm. And yet the paper lamented more is known about the shape and surface of the moon than is known about that of the bottom of the ocean. This was a stark, humbling reference to the quiet truth that in the world before, echo-sounding technology was commonly used to map the seafloor. We knew profoundly little about the topography of what lay down there, a vast unseen landscape beneath the waves. We've certainly come a long way since then with sophisticated sonar and mapping techniques. But while we have meticulously mapped the moon, Thanks to orbiting satellites and powerful telescopes, we have still only mapped 23.4% of the ocean floor in high resolution. In fairness, this still represents an area of 120 million square kilometers, about 3 times the moon's surface area, so the old saying no longer holds entirely true in its most extreme form. Hence why we can instead talk of Mars, which has a surface area of 145 million square kilometers, offering a different, yet still profound comparison. But still, it's a profound gap in our knowledge of our own world, a vast unexplored frontier hidden beneath the waves. NASA was founded in 1958 with the profound purpose of expanding human knowledge of phenomena in the atmosphere and in outer space, and developing vehicles and technologies that would help them to do so. Exploring the ocean was not originally on their radar or sonar, you might say. However, in 1978, NASA began monitoring the ocean with their first dedicated oceanographic satellite, CSAT, a quiet turning point. This satellite was remarkably capable of collecting data on sea surface winds, surface temperatures, wave heights, and other features, gently expanding our understanding of our planet's oceans and their immense impact on the global climate. Still, some of NASA's most exciting forays into the ocean only began at the turn of the millennium, hinting at a deeper, more intentional connection. One profound way in which the sea can quietly prepare astronauts for space is through simulated space experiences. About 8.7 kilometers off Key Largo in Florida lies a unique aquatic marvel, the world's only undersea research laboratory, Aquarius Reef Base. Built in 1986, it is a small 3-roomed habitat large enough to house 6 people at a push, with a main room that combines sleeping and living quarters, an entry dock, and a wet porch for entering the sea around it. It was originally designed to help aquanauts remain at the bottom of the sea for weeks at a time through a technique known as saturation diving. By remaining at the depth of 19 meters, the human body becomes saturated with gas dissolved in its bloodstream, which allows these researchers to stay at depth without ill effects for much longer periods of time, 9 hours for one dive, rather than 1 or 2 hours, making it ideal for biologists wanting to study the local environment in situ. In 2001, however, NASA, along with other space agencies such as ESA, quietly realized that this unique underwater habitat made a great space training location. The cramped living conditions profoundly mimic those found on the International Space Station, a silent mirror of confined existence. So astronauts who spent a week at Aquarius Reef Base would get a vital taster of what life would be like up there, preparing them for the profound reality of orbital living. It also allowed them to practice performing experiments and generally get used to the expected and unexpected aspects of life in a hostile environment, building resilience and adaptability. NASA then began the NEMO program, or the NASA Extreme Environment Mission Operations, and that same year began sending their astronauts to the habitat. There have been 23 NEMO missions since then, merging astronaut crews from a variety of different space agencies, which lasted up to 3 weeks. Astronauts there quietly became aquanauts and got the chance to don deep space suits, moving with a ponderous grace, reminiscent of spacewalks, getting a taste for what cosmic excursions might be like outside of our planet, readying them for the day humans return to the moon or go to Mars. This profound, quiet synergy between ocean and space exploration was not the only use NASA had for the ocean, however. Perhaps the most significant training was not for NASA's astronauts, but rather for the machines that would one day visit the largest oceans outside of planet Earth. Let's now go deeper, allowing our thoughts to gently descend and consider the profound exploration of alien oceans. Our solar system is home to many large oceans outside of Earth, a surprising abundance of liquid worlds hidden beneath icy shells. Jupiter's moon, Europa, and Saturn's moon, Enceladus, to name just 2, both hold significant bodies of water beneath their kilometer-thick icy surfaces. Imagine these vast hidden seas shrouded in perpetual darkness. in spite of Europa only being 1/4 of the Earth's diameter. Scientists quietly believe that it holds twice as much water as all of our oceans, combined a staggering volume of potential. This is an intriguing concept, as even though no sunlight penetrates down to those depths, the mixture of liquid water bordering a rocky inner crust would make both of these locations ideal candidates for life holding the quiet promise of extraterrestrial biology. Scientists have quietly considered how to best test to see if life really has arisen in the oceans of icy moons. In 2024, NASA will launch the Europa Clipper, a dedicated mission to fly by the moon Europa and meticulously scan it like a curious eye. Its purpose is to learn more about the depth of its icy shell, to try to determine the composition of its oceans, and generally get a better picture of the moon as a whole, preparing the way for future exploration. However, Europa Clipper will only be gently laying the groundwork for future missions, a reconnaissance probe paving the way. These future missions, with their quiet, profound ambition, might one day see cryobots melting through the 10-kilometer thick icy shell of Europa, using nuclear-powered radiators to gently penetrate its oceans and see firsthand what lies below, venturing into truly alien waters. Once down there, far beneath the crushing ice, no radio signal will be able to reach them, easily muffled by the immense frozen layer. Messages will be relayed via a vast, delicate cable brought down through the ice, along with a cryobot, a silent, tenuous lifeline to the surface. This means that such cryobots will need to be able to autonomously descend a further 100 to 200 kilometers to explore the dark, chilling, and highly pressurized environment they're likely to find, searching for any quiet whisper of alien life that might swim in those profound waters. So with a mission objective on the horizon, to explore deep, dark waters in search of never-before-seen life, what better place to start than the unexplored oceans we already have at home right here on Earth? The deepest parts of the oceans on Earth are only 11 kilometers deep, a seemingly small distance compared to Europa's potential. But due to the gravitational differences between Europa and Earth, the pressure you'd experience between the two are much more comparable than you might think, a fascinating convergence of alien and terrestrial physics. Europa's 100-kilometer deep ocean is thought to have a hydrostatic pressure between 130 to 260 megapascals, which, if it existed in an ocean on Earth, would equate to a depth of around 13 to 26 kilometers, a crushing force. This is much better than if you'd had to go hundreds of kilometers down on Earth, but it's still no picnic. Pressure at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. The deepest place in our ocean is 100 times the pressure on the surface, which is enough to crush the individual cells in the human body, or to implode most submarines, a testament to its profound destructive power. And yet, in these seemingly impossible depths, life survives there. And it doesn't just survive, it thrives, a vibrant, unexpected blossoming of existence. The deep-sea explorers of the Galapagos hydrothermal expedition in 1977, using a specially reinforced, remotely operated vehicle that could withstand those crushing pressures, were profoundly shocked to discover not a barren wasteland, but a thriving ecosystem gathered around hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor. Imagine the quiet wonder of that moment, finding vibrant life where only darkness and pressure were expected. Down there, tube worms, crabs, and fish were found in rich abundance, a bustling community of alien-looking creatures. As scientists perform more dives venturing into these deep, dark realms, they found all manner of strange life forms down there, shrimp-like amphipods, the size of your hand, giant ethereal big-fin squid creatures that were 8 meters long and looked positively alien in the depths between 6,000 and 11,000 meters in an area known as the Hadal Zone, named after the god of the underworld Hades. Life in these profoundly extreme environments had learned to adapt to conditions in ways no one could have imagined possible, transforming adversity into opportunity. And this incredible adaptability gives scientists a better understanding of what might be possible on other worlds, expanding our definition of where life can take root. The deepest parts of the ocean are mostly found near the fault lines of continental plates, where one plate subducts under another, a slow, powerful geological dance. These deep trenches create a unique V-shaped environment that channels organic debris from above down into a sludgy pool, creating a quiet, nutrient-rich oasis. Whenever a carcass falls down there, the organisms in the huddle zone are somehow able to quickly detect it and arrive within minutes, a silent, efficient feasting. Other organisms rely on nutrient-rich liquids pumped out of thermal vents, drawing energy from the Earth's internal heat rather than the sun. If you added up all these trenches into one landmass, you would end up with an area the size of Australia, a whole unexplored continent, right here on our own planet. NASA wants to explore these regions using autonomous drones, quiet, intelligent machines that can venture where humans cannot, perhaps whole swarms of them working in concert that would be able to detect locations of interest such as thermal vents, those silent geysers of heat, and would be able to map out the terrain using cameras and onboard AI similar to that used by the Perseverance rover on Mars. It's a profoundly challenging task. Not only would such a drone need to be able to withstand the excessive pressure, that crushing embrace of the deep, but the temperature around such thermal vents can spike to hundreds of degrees, creating a searing inferno in the frigid depths. Drones would need to be able to survive rapid temperature swings, moving from freezing cold to boiling hot. If they are able to survive, they will unlock countless secrets. In 2014, one such deep-sea drone, known as Nereus, was sent into the Kermadec Trench off the coast of New Zealand. This is precisely the area NASA has selected as a testing ground for its new equipment, a proving ground for future cosmic explorers. However, sadly, Nereus was not able to survive the pressure down there, its quiet mission ending abruptly, in spite of having succeeded on Hadal dives before. It imploded, a silent testament to the immense forces of the deep, and pieces of plastic were later found floating to the surface. NASA's latest drone is Nereus's descendant, a smaller, lighter autonomous submarine known as Orpheus. Orpheus has yet to enter the crushing depths of the Hadal zone. Instead, it is being put through its paces in shallower waters, gently testing its capabilities. But if it works, its lighter design would make it easier to transport on a rocket to the oceans of Europa, a profound leap from Earth's depths to alien waters. At some point in the distant future, although this dream might not be so distant after all in 2023, NASA's Planetary Exploration Science Technology Office gathered a team of 40 top researchers from multiple fields in the California Institute of Technology to discuss how close we might be to making this trip, to sending our probes into alien oceans. A surprising amount of technology needed is already there, a quiet testament to decades of innovation. Their conclusion was that the mission was feasible, scientifically compelling, and the most plausible near-term way to directly search for alien life in situ on an ocean world. With the combined information being gathered by Europa Clipper and the technical experimentation being done with Orpheus and other autonomous submarines like it, perhaps it is something we will see within our lifetimes, a quiet revelation of life beyond Earth. When it finally does happen, though, when a human-made drone starts to swim in those dark seas across the gulf of space, what will it see? Perhaps it will feel strangely like home. We are water-based life forms here on Earth, our very essence woven from the liquid element. The first large complex animals formed in our oceans, the cradle of terrestrial life. All life in its profound simplicity is dependent on water to live. Rather than arid, rocky, and dusty wildernesses, there will be something strangely soothing about exploring oceans beyond our own. Like entering a place we already know, even though we've never been there before. Does something lurk in those alien seas? Something that hums with a quiet, otherworldly life. Although it's only speculation, the sheer fact that this might be true, that life came to exist, not once, but twice in just our own solar system, would have massive implications on life's prevalence in the universe as a whole. It would mean life is likely abundant, a quiet cosmic symphony, and we ought to be ready to see a lot more of it out there. but proving it is the challenge, the quiet quest that drives us. Only by perfecting the technology here on Earth, by gently probing our own deepest unknowns, will we be able to crack open those frozen shells, enter those inky depths, and find the definitive answers we seek. For NASA, their mission to find life in our solar system begins in our oceans, a silent training ground for the ultimate cosmic discovery. Thank you for joining me on this contemplative journey. We are now very close to our end goal of 1,000 astronauts on Patreon, and I can't thank you enough for having answered the call. The closer we get, the more it's looking like I'll be able to expand our content here and bring back Astrum Answers, offering more insights into your curious questions. So submit your video suggestions and questions over on Patreon if you'd like to become an astronaut. You can join the Patreon with the link down below. When you join, you'll be able to watch the whole video ad-free, see your name in the credits, and submit questions to our team. Once again, a huge thank you from myself and the whole Astrum team. Meanwhile, click the link to this playlist for more Astrum content. I'll see you next time.